Thank you. Welcome to the briefing of the Wednesday, the 3rd May 2023 at the Takataka Memorial Hall. Our first time here for a briefing, so thank you staff for setting up so nicely. We've got Councillor Vincent online up there. Welcome, Mark. And Councillor Lambert's required for another meeting in Whangarei. He will not be attending. But our CE, Jason Maris, is flying over here from breakfast with Mr. McNulty this morning in Whangarei, so he should be here at some point. Just the first item on our briefing today is a presentation by Mr. Ian Beattie from the Raupo Drainage District, impacts of ex-tropical cyclone Gabriel. Welcome, Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For those councillors that don't know, this is Ian Beattie. He's the chair of the Raupo Drainage District Committee. We'll take the paper as read. Purpose of today is to brief the elected members on some further information following Cyclone Gabriel event. So we'll go through a short presentation and then happy to take questions.
Good morning, Council. I mean, the key driver from me preparing this report was the weather event of February provided a unique generational observational opportunity. Everything we had to deal with, but it was also a chance that we haven't had some time to actually discuss or to observe. Sort of get a really good on-the-ground feel of the impacts of these types of events, and an area particularly such as Raupo. So if you're not familiar with Raupo, I mean, we've basically got 21,000 acres in the old money, about 8,500 hectares of highly productive food-producing land, which, you know, obviously we're very keen to protect. So the response side, we you know, myself and Wayne Crump sort of worked out a couple of days earlier when the modelling became clearer that we were in for something real here. I was here for Bowler, so we got to work identifying, you know, as identified in the paper. We had a couple of issues that we were concerned about. We took the appropriate steps and organised contractors, etc. To, you know, I felt we were really well prepared. The opportunity, once we in the response side of it, obviously things got real pretty quick. February the 14th. Our main council staff were pretty much marooned in Dargaville dealing with the rapidly deteriorating situation up there. So it was pretty much we took on, well, I took on the responsibility down here just to manage what was going on. Sort of really, I've made some recommendations. We pointed out some of the weaknesses within the drainage network as such. Some previously identified, and a couple not so much, particularly around the roading issue. A lot of the work identified in the summary we've actually got on and dealt with at committee level in the preceding last couple of months. But there are some recommendations in there that obviously are above we as a committee can directly deal with, and we're putting that to you to inform council that there are some pretty significant issues that need addressing, and obviously funding. There are funding requirements which sits outside the targeted rate. I just, yeah, I sort of have feedback from council as to pose. Is there any questions in regarding to what was in the report?
Can I ask you a question? Can you just explain the neap tide effect?
The neap tide effect?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the neap tide effect on drainage is that actually it's a bit of a catch-22 with the spring tide and neap tide scenario. So the spring tide, your tides are obviously higher, which increases the threat in regards to stop bank overtopping and storm event, but also the adverse effect of that is they dry lower. So in the neap tide cycle, the tidal movement is much smaller. So there's not as much gravitational push on the water, basically. So the lunar influences can be quite dominated by the meteorological influences, which is what we saw. We had phenomenal winds from the southwest quarter, which were peaking at the time with that tide pushing in. So you don't get the drying effect of the tide going out as much. So it basically doesn't dry as far down. So the operation, floodgate operation, is not as efficient during the neap tide cycles. The plus side of that is you have a lower high tide. So that means you're basically dealing with a little bit less height out there to start with.
Thank you.
Like with the recommendations in the report that I've done, particularly around, if I can just go through them, the K Canal one. I mean, some years ago, the committee identified the need and the critical need to floodgate G Canal and K Canal. They are the two missing pieces of the puzzle, and this is an intergenerational discussion that has literally been going on well into the last century. In fact, the plans were drawn up in 1938 to actually gate both of these canals. We all know what happened in 1939, so that's something else we can thank Adolf Hitler for. Basically, there was no funding left after that. The discussions have popped up, on and off again. Have never really been pursued seriously until recently, till this committee's put on a real push for it because of the climate change scenarios, the extra impacts, and it would be remiss of us to actually ignore the fact that tide is our enemy, if you like, and we let the enemy in twice a day, every day, regardless of the weather conditions, when we can actually have got the tools to mitigate that risk. So in regards to K, I explained in the report there was some overtopping in K. This would have been mitigated, and indeed with the G Canal scenarios. That tidal surge that we experienced on Tuesday morning, at about what was predicted for the afternoons and the civil defence evacuation orders, etc., it was irrelevant. That happened. The horse had already bolted. That surge came sort of 5:30 on that tidal, and the incoming tide, high tide of that morning. So we were sitting at roughly about a 3 metre tide that particular day, but that transpired to the equivalent of about a 3.6 metre tide with the surge being driven up by the wind. That surge and then flowed up both K and G canals, so they're still both tidal. So that had severe impact on the land drainage, particularly with G. It severely overloads G, and K resulted in some overtopping in the areas by the State Highway 12 bridge. Minor overtopping, but overtopping nonetheless. So those floodgate installations would have exacerbated that.
Councillor Vincent up there wanting to ask a question again.
Mark.
Sorry, Mark. Yeah, Mark Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think Ian's answered my first question, which was how would things have panned out if at least the K Canal floodgate had been installed. So we covered that off. And then there was the other question about the road levels. Is that to what extent is it a result of the road sinking as opposed to the formation being worn away? And Ian, you might like to just explain the significance of, it's in your report, but you might want to draw that out a bit in terms of how the roads help to define subcatchment boundaries and the implications of overflow from one to the other.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Yeah, and that was, the roading issue was one that had not previously been identified in any modelling or hadn't been given any due consideration with the deterioration of the road height. So, as I said in the report, that the tier boundary drains and road placement is no coincidence. So that the road height basically serves as the physical tier boundary to water, stopping water basically. It's part of the engineering of the system. Without that engineering, the water flows from the hills all the way down, floods the town. Water's intercepted at various stages all the way through its journey and diverted out through various floodgates. So the roading surface has deteriorated to a point, you know, over time. It's not something that's happened overnight. It's a bit insidious. It just happens slowly, and it's a bit of a combination of, I think, of the road uses. There is more road use. The trucks we're seeing are a lot heavier. Our roads are basically, we're not built on granite here, so that there's some effect of the road surface sinking, but most of it has just been the road surface degradation and the height loss. Coincidentally, there has been some pavement work done on Access Road, which was highlighted in my report. It would be nice to know. I mean, I did speak with Andy Brown from NTR, and it was that was Access Road getting its Page Green treatment. So that has raised the surface of that road. It would be nice to know if that actually shot some levels prior. But what we need to do is actually work out, particularly the areas where there was significant overtopping of the road, which I identified, which did create problems in the lower tiers. And Access Road was one, and Whitcomb Road was another severe overtop there. Whitcomb Road's, it services the main quarry. It gets a lot of heavy traffic on it. It just needs to be upgraded. We need to raise some of these critical roads probably in the vicinity of 300 to 400 mil to actually have an effect. They have degraded to that point, some of them. Did that answer your question, Mark?
Yeah, if I just checking that I've got this right. So what it means is that if water overtops from one subcatchment into another subcatchment, that then overloads the capacity of the drains in that receiving subcatchment, so that then that would receive more flooding, whereas if it had gone where it was supposed to go, that things would be more evened out. Would that be a reasonable summary?
That's correct. That's exactly how the system's designed to work.
Okay. Cool.
And of course, the ones that suffer the most are the lower lying catchments, which aren't necessarily the ones closest to the river, as you may think. But Drain 5, I spoke about the Wallace Road Basin.
Councillor Nair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to know one thing, to avoid a repeat of this flooding event in future. How far you are in terms of your progress? You hired a Dutch company, the Dutch company who did it 100 years ago, whatever. It was in the lifestyle that you have engaged with them for consultation on your stop banks to be raised or whatever.
It's more through the Ruai adaptation pathways.
You don't know anything about it?
I do. I'm part of that panel, but it's operating separately from their risk assessment is coming up. That's to be presented in.
You somehow join in your scheme?
Yeah, we are working. There's a lot of overlap with the work that the committee's done. I mean, the committee's been doing it for 100 years, 120 years, in various forms. So we continue to enhance the drainage network. From year on year, we are improving the efficiencies and our stop bank protections.
And secondly, on the roading thing, because this is not only peculiar to Ruai, it happened all over in our Kino Point Beach Road or whatever. I am on Regional Transport Committee, and we are looking for, in terms of what examples you can give where we can improve the roading structure. So it'll be interesting if you can give me some examples of the areas which are fallible, it happens all the time. So we can take it as a subject case, not now, later on, if you can give us some example. I'd like to take it to them and see if we can find a permanent solution to this roading thing.
By and large, I mean, apart from an event, to the extent that which we experienced, I mean, if was extreme. The design capacity for the Raupo Drainage District sits at 25 mils in 24 hours.
Yeah.
Which is the historic design figure for it. The actual, we handle 4 times that, quite comfortably, 5 times that, reasonably comfortably. The event we had with Gabrielle was 10 times that design figure. So I think all of the planning in the world is not going to stop the flooding. We will get surface flooding down here. What was positive from this event was it really did highlight the accuracy of the new WaterTech flood model, which is done for the Raupo, which I played a part in that and consulting on that with the team to make sure we got that right. That model was eerily accurate, and unfortunately, we had a real life demonstration of it, but it did prove a unique opportunity to actually go through and dissect what the model showed and what actually happened. And that model is very good. So what that model does show that, yes, while we do experience flooding down here, we can clearly identify the areas where it does occur and the depths. So from this point on, we've got a universal tool that the organisation can use to actually manage the flood risk as well, which is something we didn't have before with the previous flood modelling, which you'll be well aware that the committee opposed, Raupo Drainage Committee opposed, because it was completely inaccurate.
So going forward, you have no plans to improve the infrastructure going forward?
Absolutely, we do. Absolutely, we do.
Okay.
It's a continuous plan. We're upgrading stock banks every year. I mean, you can appreciate our budget is not unlimited, so we're within it. We target, this year in particular has been an absolute nightmare for getting capital works done, or any works done for that matter, just because it's been basically stopped raining briefly in August and September, started in October and never stopped. So you've got ground saturations conditions, spraying just became pretty much ineffective. Timing, there was some real challenges this year. There's significant infrastructure planning for the next couple of work seasons. And that's notwithstanding trying to get the G Canal and K Canal floodgates across the line. They're a bit bigger than our operational budget.
May I suggest one last question through the air? I also attended Kaihu River Valley, NRC arranged, and they gave modeling in data to pinpoint that event. It was not one flood, it was 2 floods according to them. That's what happened. But in saying that, the vegetation around the rivers is a big problem, and they have issue with spraying and all. I think you should work alongside NRC to get rid of that problem, that there's no vegetation.
Yeah, we don't have a vegetation issue within the drainage network.
But we do have all other places, and they might have some solutions.
Yeah, and the wider drainage districts. I mean, a discussion needs to be had about perhaps, using the Raupo model and applying that into the management of the other drainage districts. There is definitely a case for that.
Thank you.
And dare I say it, a lot of the other drainage districts were exposed during Gabrielle. I think, by and large, when you consider the scale of the event that we faced here in Raupo, we came out of it very, very well. Yes, there was areas of localised flooding that we haven't seen, for some generations, but there was no dwellings had water inside them. Anything that was constructed to code, elevated, there was no issues with water inside any dwelling. Yes, there were some homes that had water around them that was probably a bit more than gumboot depth or gumboot depth, if you like, particularly in the Wallace Road Basin, as I've colloquially referred to it. But by and large, particularly with the township, as the flood modelling shows, if anyone's had a chance to look at it, if you haven't, I urge you to do so, because it paints a completely different picture to what the previous flood model did.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Ian, you've answered my question about whether there was any flood water entering houses. My last question was really with an eye to the future, and with our district plan review underway, what's your take on the risks related to flood risks for building within the Raupo Drainage District area in future?
The risks are manageable in a nutshell. The current building restrictions that we face here, based on the previous flood modelling, is crippling. It's economically, it's condemned the district to die a slow and painful death. I would urge council to actually to look at the new flood modelling, take a pragmatic approach and managing. Yes, there would be conditions around building. There's places that you wouldn't build on the Ruawai flat, and you will notice that those places don't have any houses on them anyway. A lot of the older houses around the place, none of them have water around them, because the old guys, the old timers and our predecessors developed the land here in a time when the drainage district itself was still developing. So they experienced flooding far more regularly than we do. I think the event of February 14th was one of those theoretical events leading up prior to it happening that was going to smite us from the face of the earth. Yet we got through it really well. Yes, we had some challenges and we've identified those, but so did the rest of the North Island. By and large, I think the Raupo district came out of, and particularly the township of Ruawai came out of it very, very well. So the building risks are manageable, and I would hope that with the district plan review that with the new information that's available, that we can actually have some sort of resolution to the impasse that we're having regarding development in Ruawai.
Thank you, Ian.
Thank you for that.
Did you want to continue with another question there, Mark, or no?
I'm done, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your report, Ian. Look, I'd like to take the opportunity as a council to thank the committee for the work they did back in that event. I think it just shows how well coordinated and committed people can do great things in their district. It was really satisfying to drive over here during the worst of it, and as I came to Ruawai, I thought, well, things are working. So I think it helps us with our future planning to know, even though we would have been better off without the event, I think it gives the people of Ruawai confidence that, they have a great future in terms of further development here. Sure, things have to be mitigated and, actions taken to keep things strong into the future. But I thank your committee and the community for their effort here. I think it was fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for the opportunity to present.
Okay, the next item is delegations presented by Shireen. She's online, is she? Okay. Said, are we? She there, huh?
Yes, she's just.
Up on my, sorry, I had technology issues. I couldn't hear anything.
We can hear you. Yep.
Great, thank you. So sorry, through the chair, would you like me to proceed?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I just missed that last bit. So today we're talking about the Delegations Register Review project that commenced late last year, or was talked about late last year and was started this year. So the report provides the elected members with an overview of the delegations, and I will just, if you can give me 2 seconds, I will just get the technology up and running to share my screen with the presentation. So I will just get that set up. Presentation view. Apologies, I haven't done this for a while. And as always, the display settings do something funky with this. And I can't work out how to share my screen. Sorry, apologies. No, I've lost my screen. Apologies. Alana's just suggested that she can run my presentation. Sorry, when we only use WebEx every now and then, it's the technology, you forget how to run it. So if Alana, if you could start the presentation up, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you very much. So while Alana's getting that sorted, I can just talk you through the function of delegations, or the categories of delegations that council has. So the delegations fall into 4 or 5 basic categories. So one of the key ones being the financial delegations. The other delegations are the delegations that council makes to its various committees or other entities, such as hearing commissioners. So these are predominantly elected members, or things like Parks and Reserves committees that get delegations. Now, these delegations are often through the committee's terms of reference, but sometimes there's also additional delegations that are required. The other delegations are the legislative delegations, and this is where it gets a little bit quirky in terms of the legislative requirements for sub-delegations. So legislative delegations fall into 2 categories. There are 2 pieces of legislation that explicitly preclude the power of sub-delegation. That means that the delegation for each individual action can only be made once, and that means that council has to delegate a specific clause in the Resource Management Act or the Local Government Rating Act directly to the staff member who performs that function. The the majority of other legislation does not preclude sub-delegation, and therefore council can delegate those matters directly to the CE, who can then sub-delegate all necessary matters to the relevant staff levels. And I'm sorry, apologies about the technology, but I can't see the slideshow up. Alana, is it up?
Awesome. Sorry, Shireen, Gavin's just emailed it. 1 sec.
Okay, apologies. I just lost my entire screen when I opened the slideshow, so I couldn't drive the screen. I don't know. Maybe if I move this screen over, I will be able.
It's working now. We've got it.
Okay, great. Thank you. So as I said, delegations to committees, legislative delegations to the chief executive, direct delegations under the RMA and the Rating Act, the financial delegations, and then there's also a range of non-legislative delegations. So these are functional things, these are operational things, things like who has got the authority to sign a lease or a license. So they're not an authority that is given to council directly through legislation as a legislative delegation, but it's a management function of if council as an entity, for example, wants to sign a lease, who's got the authority to sign what leases and what agreements. So the way delegations work at Kaikoura District Council is the same as many other councils around the country, in that the delegations are the majority of the legislation of delegations, and then operational delegations are delegated, shall we say, in bulk to the chief executive, and then the chief executive then sub-delegates all the necessary delegations to the staff members. There are also some delegations that the CE will delegate because that are not delegations from elected members, because the CE is directly empowered by the legislation to undertake an action, and that's where the legislation says specifically that the chief executive of the local authority can do this, and then the chief executive, should they wish to, can then delegate certain matters. and as I said, the non-legislative delegations. So those are the categories of delegation. So next slide, please, Alana. So why do we do delegations? It is implicit in most legislation that delegations are anticipated. If the elected members had to make every single decision on every day, you would be even busier people than you already are. So it supports administrative effectiveness and efficiency. It allows a delegation allows council to specifically say these are the functions and powers that we want to retain, and these are the functions and powers that we want that we want staff to act on our behalf. The delegations provide a clarity about where that line is and what powers are retained by council, and stipulates it clearly on what counts and what powers and duties and authorities are provided to staff. As I said, it also provides additional clarity for delegations to committees that might not be articulated very clearly in the terms of reference and are needed. The other thing is that there are some functions of council where technical competency is required to be able to make a decision on behalf of council. So areas of resource consents or building consents issues, technical issues come to mind, and that is where it is important that the role that receives the delegation has actually got the technical skills to be able to make that decision on behalf of council. A general principle of delegation is that we encourage the delegation of decision making to the lowest competent level to best support the purpose of delegation. That anticipates that the person on the ground who's doing the job understands the process, understands the situation, deals with this on a daily basis, and therefore is best placed to make that decision. Having said that, though, just for clarity, just because somebody has a delegation doesn't mean to say that they have to act on that delegation. There is always the choice to say that this is a quirky situation, this is an unusual situation, I don't think that this is appropriate that I make this decision, even though I have this delegation, and that person can then refer to their manager, and that can actually be escalated right back up to the council or a committee, for the council or a committee to make that decision if the circumstances prevail. Next slide, please. So the review process is, we're doing a ground up review. That means that the majority of the focus is on looking at the legislation, making sure that we have captured all recent legislative changes, that we have captured anything new that needs to be considered. You know, the RMA is a continuously amended document, so we need to go through the RMA in great detail to make sure that we have captured all the relevant delegations, plus the fact as time goes on since the last review, the delegations position titles have changed, so we need to get some clarity that the position titles that council currently has are currently correctly allocated to the correct delegations. The other part of the review has found that council doesn't have a policy to guide the principles of delegations, and staff are proposing that we develop a draft policy for council to consider as part of this delegation review process to provide clarity on how the delegations work, where the responsibilities and duties lie, and how the delegations are applied. It also provides an opportunity to review any current exclusions or to recommend some additional exclusions to the elected members for a decision. So the intent is that the review process will result in one or more briefings to council on the outcomes of the review and some changes ultimately, and for discussion with the elected members, with a view to rescinding all previous delegations for completeness and adopting a whole new range of replacement delegations that will, in actual fact, to 80–90% be exactly the same as what we have now, but it is much tidier to start with a clean slate, and also for council to consider the delegations policy that will go alongside the delegations. And that is the presentation. Any questions?
Questions from councillors? Councillor Larson.
Thanks, Shireen. You might not be able to see me, but hopefully you can hear me. I may have missed it, but is that coming back to which council meeting?
Sorry, I failed to say that we have contracted a consultant to provide some technical advice to this matter. We're working through the delegations right now. It is quite an administration heavy task, so we haven't set a date where this will be coming back to council. What are we now, May? I would imagine that by the July briefing at the latest, we'll be having an item to the July briefing.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for going to the trouble of doing this rather thankless task, Shireen. What would you say to the proposition that the more detailed the delegations are, the greater the risk of getting it wrong in their application?
My response to that is, councillor, is that it depends on which delegation are you talking about legislative delegations, can I ask, or just delegations in general?
Well, as a general principle, recognising that there are somewhere situations where subdelegation isn't provided for, so that obviously needs to be quite specific. But otherwise, because like I don't think the occasion arises very often where the validity of delegations is tested in the courts. I guess what I would be wanting to lead you towards is simpler is better.
Right.
And if you have a discretion in terms of the structure that you're going to apply, making it less detailed, well, that would mean there's perhaps fewer obstacles to trip us up. I think there are other examples in this council's recent history over minor technical wording deficiencies, shall we say, in a rates notice that's cost us a lot of money.
So through the chair, the intent is that again, coming back to the efficiency and to speak to Councillor Vincent's concerns, is the intent is that council will be presented with the delegations, council will be presented with the delegations, and this is flipping it on its head, rather than giving the chief executive or a whole list of delegations under any given piece of legislation. So under section 123, the power to do this, section 124, the power to do this, etc., etc. It will be articulated as the chief executive will be given all duties and powers and authorities under this piece of legislation, except for, and this is where council determines what the exclusions are. So some of those exclusions are by legislation, cannot be delegated. So the power to set rates, the power to make a bylaw, the power to do various things that are already excluded in legislation, and then there will be ancillary matters where it is appropriate that that authority retains with council. What this allows for, councillor, is that then to ensure a well-functioning council, the CE will then subdelegate, and that will be the subdelegations will be recorded in an internal register for completeness and for transparency and for clarity for staff as well. So the individual delegations will be delegated. However, in the instance of an anomalous situation, that means that if in doubt, the chief executive will have the power to authorise the particular function if it's a quirky one that hasn't been specifically delegated to a staff member. So for expediency purposes, so if a staff needed a turnaround decision in a 24-hour period, then the CE would have the authority to approve, to authorise that action. If it were deemed to be that, oh, we missed one specific delegation under clause 124A2 that allows council to do X, Y, Z. So that allows a buffer so that at least the chief executive can make those decisions if it's found that there is some lack of clarity about the delegations. Does that answer your question?
That's sounding very good. Yes, I was just thinking too, there's that scenario where there's a change in legislation. And if you have detailed delegations, then you're going to have a much bigger job in checking through to see what implications that has.
Yep.
I like the direction of travel there you've explained. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Shireen, for that.
You're welcome.
We were scheduled to have a break, but we're running ahead of time, so we'll fit another one in here. We'll fit the Kaipara transportation activity. And that's being presented by Calvin in person. Thank you, Calvin. Calvin Thomas.
You don't have a presentation? Oh, I don't.
Morning, Calvin.
Kia ora. So with me, I have Bernard Peterson, who's our maintenance and operations manager. And Greg Monteith was going to join us online, who's our capital works manager, but may be having some technical issues. But effectively, we were proposing to take the paper as read and use this opportunity for elected members to ask any questions they have about the current state of roading or anything like that. We have got 4 questions that were sent through prior that we'll just cover off. So one was around the special attention to fixing up Paparoa Oakley Road and Kaiwaka Mangawhai Road, not including other roads such as Waipu Gorge and Doctors Hill and Cove Road. So I think Bernard's got that one covered.
Yep, through the chair. In response to that one, we have negotiated with Waka Kotahi for tentative funding for the official detour routes. So that's through Paparoa Oakley Road via Mangapai Road and the Whangarei side and Cove Road via Kaiwaka Mangawhai. I say that funding is tentatively approved. We do have a bit of work to do to provide evidence base for that funding. That funding is to be 100% subsidised by Waka Kotahi. Now, the question was more relating to Waipu Gorge and Doctors Hill Road. We do have earthworks claims or emergency work claims in the pipeline for those routes where we've been able to identify issues directly relating to the storm event. However, despite known increased traffic loading through both those roads, we haven't actually got any significant increase in deterioration. We have been routinely maintaining both those roads, and we haven't actually seen a significant increase in service requests relating to pavement issues or issues relating to that increased loading either. So it's a little bit difficult there for us to be able to put anything forward to Waka Kotahi in that instance.
Just probably to clarify on that one, the storm damage on those roads is definitely covered under under the FAR Act. So it's around increased loadings. So that was the first question. The second one was regarding roading renewals and a question of whether it could be in program was running a month behind schedule. The program is behind schedule and that is primarily due to the wet summer construction season. So we effectively had 6 weeks post Cyclone Gabriel to do the majority of our renewals and rehab works, which would normally be done between November and April. So anything that has not been completed now is needing to be carried forward into next season, which is between October and March. Associated subsidy funding for that is guaranteed so long as we get it done before June 2024. So it's within the 3-year NLTP cycle.
Question to the chair.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This carry forward till June 2024 can also be applied to what was to be done 2023, the extension we got for emergency works or whatever?
Yes, through the chair, yes.
Can you confirm it? Because we are not sure. We are looking it into LTP.
So through the chair, with regards to emergency works, the funding, there is a basic emergency works FAR rate, financial assistance rate funding, which generally is your normal financial assistance rate plus 20%. What Kotahi have been provided is a one-off $250 million grant by central government for the initial response and early recovery activities. The way they're distributing that funding nationally is by this plus 40% financial assistance rate, which for Kaipara means the activities we're undertaking at the moment in relation to storm response are 100% subsidised. That funding, additional funding, ends at the end of June, because that's when it's anticipated that the 250 million will run out. So what Kotahi have advised us is they will honour as a minimum the emergency works funding provisions, which is your normal FAR plus 20%. And they are awaiting government announcements in the May budget in terms of what additional funding may be available to support local authorities beyond that.
Did you say June 23 or June 24?
For the plus 40% is June 2023.
Can I ask you, Calvin, how specific is the criteria for emergency works? For example, I have a road I know of where the underslip started, but it hasn't given way yet. You know what I mean? The road is moving. You can see that another rain event will probably tip it over the edge. They've been covered. How many of those do you grab? That's what I'm asking.
So through the chair, yes, they are being covered, and we have, I guess, taken advantage of this increase in FAR, 100% FAR as well, to make sure we have covered all bases as far as looking for opportunities now as well to get smaller stuff like that picked up and identified and repaired. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask, what do you see as the major engineering issues when you are looking at the roads that Ian Beattie has just described that might need improving?
I think from an engineering perspective, through the chair, anything is possible. Our major constraints for those improvements comes down to scale and funding. There are examples right across the district and the region where those situations exist, and it comes down to a council prioritisation of what's most important. So where we can achieve that through routine maintenance and the Page Green philosophies and improving drainage and water tabling, that is part of standard practice. Where it needs anything beyond that.
But as I understand it, and this is where I'd like you to direct your question, that the road's basically supported on a beam of the metal of varying depths, which is load carrying capacity related. That, of course, is supported again by the ground underneath, which is an old seafloor. So I'm asking at what are the major engineering issues that you have to examine in this?
So when we, through the chair, when we're looking at some of our slips and pavement issues out there on the network, we do look at a number of things. Subgrade is important, and we do a lot of test pitting and scalers and the likes to understand what that subgrade is like, what its load bearing capacities are. And then we undertake pavement designs based on Ausroads or NZ best practices, depending on the use of the road, what the loading looks like, how many HPVs use the road, and those sorts of areas there. So geology is definitely a big issue for us up here. That subgrade condition, down a single length of road can vary considerably, kilometre by kilometre. So that test pitting, understanding the subgrade density and doing the design is imperative.
Okay, what I'd like you to comment on is, my understanding of it is that the subbase is very dependent on the moisture content. The clay minerals expand when wet, contract when dry, 14 angstrom units each. So your subbase is actually very mobile. You notice that you drive on the road over summer versus winter. The roads develop all sorts of potholes, and you have side subsidence. Now, on Ruawai, you've got a real problem. You're having to lift the road, and it's very hard to lift the road without damaging the surface. So that implies to me that you have a major problem to improve those roads. That would indicate that the water tabling is quite critical, or the elevation of the road relative to the surrounding land. Have you a comment on that, please?
Through the chair, water tabling is critical and drainage is critical. I guess one of the things that we are dealing with is we have assets that exist, and at present, under the funding that's available, we are funded to maintain those assets and not necessarily improve. And that is a constraint that our staff are working amongst, in terms of there are areas where we definitely know that a road would perform better if we were able to do those activities. The funding nationally isn't available to do that. So I think there are the cost of raising the level of the road is substantial. It's one of the things that has to be traded off with how often the event actually occurs.
So if you were to reduce the water tables, which would tie up with Ian's activities of floodgates and getting more water out, that would save you a lot of the cost of raising the road, which is probably impossibly high. Do you see that as being very promising?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. One of our big focus areas on any road pavement is how we keep the water out of the pavement. If we can keep the water out of the pavement, we see a lot less deterioration, and we get a lot greater extended life. If we can get our water tables below subgrade level, as we all understand, the water is shedded a lot quicker. It doesn't have the opportunity to enter into the pavement as well. So yes, absolutely, massive benefits there.
Can I move on to another question from Mark Vincent, and then followed by Councillor Larson, and then Councillor Thayer?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to follow up on the responses that have been given to my first two questions. So firstly, go back to the extra traffic that arose from the temporary closure of the State Highway 1 at the Brindewans. I actually drove that Waipu Cove Road in the middle of that closure, and just to explain, this is coming from Whangarei. I got to Waipu, there was a sign on the road, credit to NZTA, saying road closed, but there was no barrier, because obviously there would be people living beyond that point who need to still get to their property. However, Google Maps led me to the end of the road to then take me through onto Waipu Gorge Road. And when I was a couple of kilometres in, I had serious doubts as to whether I should continue. Now, I was in my little car, which is, I think the wheel diameter, it's either 13 or 14 inch. And that's a really important thing, because I suspect that the staff who are doing the roading inspections would be doing so in a ute type vehicle with a larger diameter, and that makes a huge difference. There's big corrugations for, I would say, most of the road, and that includes the Whangarei end as well as the Kaipara end. as well as the dropouts and potholes of all shapes and sizes. And I got to say, like, we can't be accepting that standard of formation as, or we'll just maintain it to that level. It's disgusting. And I'd be looking for a better result on that. If I would just ask the person who's doing the roading inspection to do it in a small vehicle with small wheels to see how it feels, just so that they can actually get a better appreciation of the state of it. So that's my response to that question. On the renewals graph, I think we're on the same page there. I just was wanting to make sure I was interpreting it correctly, because we seem to be tracking consistently parallel but under the budgeted level. But then I just looked back along the line and saw we had got to the point about a month later that we were hoping to be. And given that it's such a horrendous construction season that we've had, I think it's quite understandable. But I just wanted to make sure that I had understood that. I've got a couple more questions, but I'll wait till the guys provide their answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin.
Through the chair, just with respect to Google Maps, that was the bane of our existence between ourselves and Wakatai in terms of detour routes. We have contacts within Google, and we're constantly providing them with road closure information. The issue with Google Maps is we weren't closing roads physically for the exact reason of local access. But Google Maps being intuitive, we would mark it closed today. And as it started realizing that phones were traveling through that route, it learned that the road was open and would automatically reopen the road back on Google Maps. So that was a constant kind of surveillance exercise of continuing to try and close the roads. With respect to the condition of Waipu Gorge Road, we're not saying by any means that through that period it was always in good condition. What the message is our routine maintenance activities of grading and pulling back the materials and potholing are sufficient to get it back to the standard that it needs to be, as opposed to the likes of Cove Road, Kaiwaka Mangawhai and Paparoa Oakley, which actually need some significant extra investment because
Thank you. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks, gentlemen. Hey, probably just a little bit to do with what Councillor Manderson has been referring to, my observations of the effects of letting water get into our expensive clays, particularly on soft shoulders above fill batters. And I've gone through a process of testing what it's like for a ratepayer to interact with KDC and Ventia by documenting defects through the Anteno app and then trying to get action. And I've failed. And if it's useful, I can probably give you the various reference numbers and stuff to have a look at how that went and whether it should have been different. Yeah. But in essence, I've gone and seen in the soft shoulder cracks, and any of us who have lived in this district for any period of time, if you leave them unrepaired, then the water runs down the road and fills the cracks up, and then the whole side of the road will eventually blow out. And I've documented it and asked for it to be repaired, and it's been ignored. Another year goes by, it gets worse, and I document it again, and then it blows out. And then ultimately, we're in a list of 300 slumps, 400 slumps on the sides of roads that have to be prioritised on the basis of funding, and we can't afford to build 400 retaining walls, so nothing happens. Whereas in my opinion, and I'm happy for you to tell me that I'm wrong, if you actually go along and bench it and repair those cracks before they blow out, then you've got a relatively cheap job to do. And if you're in places where you cannot get a roller onto it, there are ways of dealing with it. You can get a pad foot roller wheel that goes on the boom of an excavator, which will actually allow you to compact the side of the road where you can't get a roller or a track onto it. And you can fix something for $1,000 and hold it rather than letting it blow out and having a $30,000 major retaining exercise. So I just want to raise that and put that into the conversation. Downside of the road. On the cut batter side, what I observe is that the water tabling isn't maintained and the drainage culverts and cut-offs aren't maintained. And what happens is that the water table holds water and it makes the cut batter suck up the water, and then that slumps into the water table, blocking the water table. And if you have a look at our engineering standards, the specified height of the water table is 400 to 480 millimetres below the lowest point of the edge of the carriageway. And whilst I would say that we're not funded to improve our roading, we are funded to maintain it. And whilst we might not be required to bring substandard roads up to engineering standard specification, what I would argue is that we have had roads that have been built to that specification or similar in the past, and they've now deteriorated. So what we're doing is we're actually losing our level of service rather than maintaining the current level of service. So that's just a couple of observations from my interactions there. The drainage maintenance, what's happening, my observation is that all of the under road culverts are getting blocked up, and it's not just the heavy rain we're having, but it's exacerbating it. And also the cut-offs are getting blocked up and not maintained. And so what we're ending up with is, rather than having a cut-off and a culvert every 70 metres, we're ending up with 500 metres of stormwater barrelling straight down the water table. It's cutting them out because we can't afford to rip-wrap anything. And then what that's doing is it's destabilising the side of the road, and the road is slumping in and we're losing our carriageway width. So these drainage issues are just so critical for us. I don't know, I'm making statements, I'm trying to tell you what I'm observing. I don't necessarily expect you to respond to it, but you can if you want to. I do have some other points.
I think just through the chair, we don't disagree with anything you're saying. We are presently in the process of developing a briefing paper for the Transport Committee on the drainage activities across Northland that we will also bring back to council. One thing that we are going to be doing as part of that paper is comparing our original funding to what was actually approved in the drainage space, showing the further impacts of the cost and escalations on those drainage activities. Our initial analysis is showing that we are identifying twice as many drainage defects each year than we have funding to address, which means that we're having this compounding issue. One of the things when Bernard mentioned previously about trying to take advantage of some of this additional funding is in areas where we've seen major water table scouring or blockages or things like that. We've put in funding packages to Whakatāi to actually go through and do full water table clearance to actually catch up on some of that maintenance. I guess one of our primary issues is maintaining an asset when it's at its desired state. The cost of maintenance is relatively predictable. As soon as that asset begins to deteriorate, if you maintain it the normal levels, all you're doing is slowing down deterioration as opposed to keeping the asset at that state. And that at present is where we're finding ourselves. So that's part of the business case argument to Whakatāi and Ministry of Transport at the moment is we actually need improvement investment to get the assets back to where they need to be so we can be maintained. And in the unsealed space, that's the entire concept of that road centre of excellence is when you go in, you rehabilitate the road, you rehabilitate all the assets so that you've got something that is able to be maintained.
Okay, thank you. I just have two other things to cover off on. Please bear with me, folk. I think this is a really important conversation. And I come to the maintenance contracts of performance measures. And could I have that put up on the screen, please? Who's got control of computer? I'll just get the line to put that up on the screen so you don't, so you've got it in front of you. It's on that computer. My observation is that a large part of the problem, I don't think the room can see that at that size. I think a large part of the problem we have with our roading maintenance is the schedule. And if you look at surface water channels, which is the second to last black line from the bottom, all we have is concrete channels where they're required to remove obstructions and they're required to remove weeds in the channel. That's it. So that's why I believe we're not actually getting routine maintenance on our water tables.
To clarify, these are the activities that are covered in the lump sum.
Yes, I realise that.
But there is some ordered works budget for additional activities beyond that.
And that's the problem. It's ordered works, and we never have the budget, it would appear, to do anything of any consequence.
That budget's been impacted by the.
Yes. So overall, what do you think of these performance measures? Are they working for us?
Through the chair. At the time we pulled the current contract together, we had some rather radical ideas from where we were at the time on a fairly traditional contract model of what we could do using some of the new tools we had available to us, including our RAM database. The response times in setting these KPMs have given us a lot better transparency over not only the performance and understanding our performance expectations and levels of service, but also in identifying where we can actually look to make further improvements going forward and better use the data we're now starting to collect. So yes, to answer your question, at the time we went out to the market with this contract, absolutely, these KPMs were answering a historic area of concern that we were hearing and listening to from our elected members and ratepayers. As things have moved on, as we've experienced more weather events, as we've come under other pressures, we are starting to see other areas where we can improve. There is an opportunity coming up, and it is another briefing we'll be looking to bring to you later this year, where we start to look at our future state of these contracts, whether we go out to a further separable portion and what that looks like. There are opportunities there for us to have a look at these KPMs and talk with our contractors and yourselves included to try and find those improvement opportunities and start testing things ahead of future contract models.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Just one final thing. It's topical because it's come up in the conversation meeting recently around the maintenance of crossings. And Councillor Vincent quite correctly raised the point that it was at some level an obligation of the landowner, and I did manage to track down where that comes from, although it's from LGA 1974 section 335, it's actually reflected in a bylaw in terms of how that's enforced. And our bylaws did change, but the reference on the website's not updated, so it's a bit hard to track it down. But in essence, the council can make people fix their crossings if they're in poor repair. How is that being implemented these days? Is that something that you're encountering regularly, or?
Through the chair, generally the area of interest to us is where we have a footpath transition with a vehicle crossing, as well as maintaining the curb and channel water course. They tend to be picked up and either identified through a renewals program and completed under subsidised activity, or identified through customer request, customer complaint type processes. We do have, as mentioned, we do have the opportunity to go back and talk to the residents, noting the vehicle crossing is responsibility of the property owner gaining access to the roading network. But generally, we see it that council has an obligation, but mainly around pedestrian use, to ensure safe traffic, safe passage. What we have is within the engineering standards, we have specific expectations for vehicle crossings, including, you know, having mesh and extra depth and whatnot to handle vehicle loading. Those standards haven't always been in place. So a lot of the issues we see out there are actually on vehicle crossings that have been there for some 40 odd years, haven't been built to those engineering standards. And therefore it's a little bit harder for us to go back to the residents and expect them to make those improvements. So as mentioned, it's generally those crossover points with footpaths, and we generally pick them up under our footpath renewals program and repair them that way.
So what happens where the culvert under the crossing is blocked with gravel from the water table that's washed off the road? Who fixes it?
Through the chair, there's a general expectation that culverts are maintained by the landowner, whether for a vehicle crossing. Culverts are installed as part of the permitted activity to install a vehicle crossing, where we have a water table already in place. Again, I go back to council responsibility. We believe we are the ones that carry the vested interest. Generally, if a vehicle crossing culvert blocks up, it doesn't just impact on the vehicle crossing, it actually starts to impact on upstream issues, upstream impacts, and on the road pavement. So generally, we would get in there and undertake that maintenance, and we do have mechanisms within the contract to do so.
Okay, oh, that's good. Because what I observe is that when the culvert is blocked or there isn't one, the water then tracks straight across the pavement and cuts out a massive channel across the pavement. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Nair, and then we'll have Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question. I mean, I'm not going into the reputes of water tabling, which is key issue, but somehow I'm suspecting, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is because you are so much inundated with work that you have been much forgiving to the contractors. Because if you look at the maintenance contract, I was told that, is it resealing or somewhere, water tabling is part of the process. Do they do it? You said no, go on to the next job.
Through the chair, with resealing and rehabs, water tabling is part of the process if the budget allows it to be included within the design. So resealing is a activity that is made up of multiple unit rates. One of those unit rates is the water tabling. And so we have a balancing act of ensuring.
I just cut you there. When you apply for the budget, why don't you provide for water tabling in there?
So through,
when you're going for reselling, it should be part of the process. It's part of the maintenance contract.
So, I'll let Greg add to this a little bit, but through the chair, when we apply for the budget, that does not necessarily mean we get that budget approved. So in this current round of LTP, the budget that was applied for in 2021 was heavily moderated by Waka Kotahi and came back in, and we ended up getting, I think it was 88% of our total budget that we applied for. On top of it, at the start of this financial year, our escalation factors on our contracts was 11.5%, which meant within the funding didn't lift by.
I do understand. Let's not go into the details. All I'm trying to say, Calvin, is if you have less funding, you do less job, but do a better job. So if you have 10 kilometers of resealing, you can afford to do 5-kilometer resealing with proper water tabling. Do that. That's all I'm trying to say. What's the point of doing this job, which Councillor Mendelson pointed, Mr. Jonathan, Deputy Mayor, pointed in detail. Water tabling is a key issue. Everybody knows about it. Somehow, when you make the contract, please look into it that we have it sorted. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the points that Councillor Larson was raising and just get an understanding so I can understand how perhaps council might be able to change the way it's working and get things possibly working better and more efficient. So just one of the points that was raised was the minor job that if it was fixed would not turn into a major job. And we're all talking about budgets this morning. So just for clarification, you say there's not enough budget to do all those minor jobs. That budget, I assume, comes from the LTP and comes from how much Waka Kotahi will fund for us, right? So and that's at the 62%, right? Has there ever been analysis done on what the cost would be for KDC to 100% fund those small jobs to avoid having to come up with 38% of a large job? Like, has there ever been any work done on whether in the long run we would actually not spend any extra money, but get the work done when it needs to be done rather than when it becomes urgent?
Through the chair, probably not in that exact detail. The work that is generally done as part of any development of the activity management plan is to understand our required budget to do that work. And I guess there's in the whatever funding is approved by Waka Kotahi, that shortfall is seen with the benefit that council could potentially invest. One of the issues that has always been encountered in the past is generally that investment is rate funded maintenance, whereas while it isn't a great thing, the repair is debt funded capital. And some of those, when we've talked historically about unsubsidised activities and topping up with unsubsidised, what it generally has come down to is the impact on rates, because that is a direct 100% subsidy. So I think one of the things through this drainage paper that we're going to be doing would be, it will become quite transparent in terms of that deficit that we start with versus the escalation impacts. I know we did an exercise for WBC very recently. The cost of supplementing the escalation impacts was 3.1 million of local share for them. So it's not insignificant in terms of the rate funded. But the stitch and time saves 9 is definitely the way we would be preferring to go. And I know our contractors are often frustrated when they're going up to a road and they realise that they're probably going to be back there because they've only got funding to do 2 out of 5 activities. And that's one of the things we're trying to work at the moment. We have been working with the contractors about how they can change their skill set of inspections and do some of the more minor work at time of inspection as well, which saves some of that issues. And also with the changes to temporary traffic management that are coming out, looking at how we can do more risk-based approach and spend less of our budgets on traffic management if possible. So
Okay, could I just get you to repeat for me? Sorry, you were saying, just so I want to understand. I'm learning. It's great. Just sorry, you said the maintenance was you said something about rate funding and debt funding. Can you repeat that?
Generally, if you have an operational activity like water table clearance or
filling in the cracks
council, they are operational OPEX expenditure,
right?
Rate funded,
right?
Where you are building a new asset or reviewing an asset, generally they are capital or debt funded.
And so when this crack turns into a washout, that then becomes debt funded.
Which isn't a great, from a financing perspective, it often makes it easier.
Right,
It's not the right way.
right.
But it is one of the when you're looking at investing more unsubsidised funding into your roading network or unsubsidised funding.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Your Worship. I realise I've probably used more than my share of the airtime and I know you need to move on. I just want to express to you my observation around what I think is happening with this drainage and maintenance issue. And what I've seen is that when you have this corporate maintenance contractor and they send a kid out with a tablet with the scheduling and they send someone out to have a look at a crack in the side of the road or whatever, they actually don't have any decent civil contracting experience to actually know what they're looking at half the time, in my opinion. I've seen it with them where they will put a digger on the side of the road, the truck in front of it to clear a water table, but the operator is just some kid that's been thrown in there who doesn't actually know how to operate the digger properly. So you probably end up with a tenth of the economy that you would if you had a local contractor doing it who's actually got really good operators. That's my observation, and I think we need to move to getting the locals dealing with local roads.
That was one of the questions I was going to ask, because during this recent flooding event, because you were so overwhelmed, it was obvious that contractors like Evans and Shane Cullen Contracting and the local guy over here were doing a lot of work. Given that they can put together their own safety management, etc., is there more ability? I think some of them did a great job too, by the way, because it was in my local district. Are we going to have a good look at having these guys who are locals have more skin in the game, which is back to what Jonathan's talking about here? Because they have experienced grader operators, they have guys that know the roads locally, all that sort of thing.
Tier 3, and in response, the current contracts have a 30% requirement for local contractors. Through this special funding component, we've lifted that to 50%. With the likes of Ventia to take advantage of Hugh Bands and Shane Cullen and the likes. Ventia and Fulton Hogan and Downers all openly admit that they would not be able to fulfil their obligations of the contract without the likes of Hugh Bands and those sorts of things as subbies. As we move forward into discussing how the future state and structures of the next iteration of maintenance contracts look like, then there is that opportunity to decide whether you want to outsource particular areas to particular skill sets, keeping in mind that there is an increased cost of management internally associated with the management of contractors. So it's about a balance for council to make a decision of how they want to move forward with it. But at present, I think the Ventia rate on average is running between 40 and 45% of local contractors. They rely heavily on Hugh Bands to do a lot of their unsealed grading works already. Part of that unsealed road, $8 million program, so they were part of that upskilling through that. So it's definitely the resource shortage in Northland and nationally is driving us that we can't afford not to use all these smaller contractors.
Yeah, when you say resource, that includes skill levels as well.
Skills, competencies.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that, and we'll move on. Thank you, Greg and Calvin. It's presentation. Look, we'll have an opportunity for a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go live shortly.
We're live already, Mr Mayor.
Sorry, what was that? Are we live already?
Ready, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we'll reconvene.
Unless we need to.
The next item on our review is long-term plan 2024-2034 update activity statements and major projects. And that'll be yourself, Tracy. Thank you.
Would be. Morena koutou. Morena. We are up to the next stage of our long-term plan, which is exciting. Thank you very much for adopting the significant forecasting assumptions, the growth projections. We needed those. That was at the end of March, and you just last week confirmed your vision and community outcomes that you'd like. So that's really helpful for the team now, because we now move into prioritising activities and in the direction that you want to take. So what you'll see on the table, you've seen this before, work our way across to the right until June next year, is that we've moved into the May-September phase, which is nailing down the activities that you want to do and prioritising them in line with those community outcomes. So legislation requires that we go through it, that the activity managers and the staff and behind the scenes go through a thinking process and make sure we outline a number of statutory things. So what you saw in the paper today is that we've got a list of headings of activities, which we basically used from the last one, because if it's not broken, don't fix it, but it's an opportunity for you to change those. And there's a template and that the activity managers will use and bring back to you for over the coming months to outline the high level requirements of that activity. And the headings inside that template make sure that we cover ourselves for all the statutory questions we need to answer for our community and the legislation. So that's why it's sort of a structure that makes sure we don't do anything wrong, but there's room to add things because you can that can be the minimum and you can add more if you want to. So today we're going to look at, so inside the LTP, this is just a slide showing you where it is. It's a whole section inside the LTP. It has and you'll see if you do open your document, it has the blue section, which has the names of the activities. And then each one has its own section, which pretty much will have in it the information that will come from the activity template that we're going to discuss today. So that's what it looks like in the document. So we'll go into the headings now, and you're going to decide or give me direction on what headings you'd like. Two of them are statutory, roading and footpaths, flood protection and land drainage. We're required to report on those activities in our LTP. There are three others. The three waters were also in there, but they were removed under the Act in December. But there was a government announcement in April that potentially puts them back into the LTP. Just so you know, I'm still working to the legislation, which doesn't have it in. But should that come about that it changes, those three will come back in automatically, and we don't have any say over that. So that's how it'll be. And it'll just look like last time. So those two you can't alter, though I'd have asked if you would mind if we change the heading. We'd called it transportation in the last LTP, and we're interested in putting it back to roading and footpaths. If that's okay with you, it aligns with the wording inside the legislation. So that's only one suggestion there. And the optional activities that you have a say over and can add to or remove are open spaces and facilities, solid waste, which we'd like to change the name back to align, regulatory functions, also a name change there, and then district leadership, finance and internal services, no change there. So the question today is, are you comfortable with your optional activities, and are you comfortable with the title changes that we've suggested?
Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Just a question, please. The solid waste, what was that? Was that waste minimisation last? Yeah. And so why would you want to change that back? Just to align with the headings, but it's entirely up to you with whatever you want to call it. I would prefer waste minimisation myself.
So no.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I'm just looking at changes in level of service. You have suggested two options, right? The second one is now proposed and notes. Rather than there'll be no changes to level of service. I'm
Sorry.
talking page 53.
Sorry, we're only working with the titles at the moment, so if you,
I'm talking titles.
okay. So which title are you working with at the moment?
Changes in level of service is the title. Page 52 or 53, whatever it
Are
comes.
you looking at the document that looks like this? With levels of
I'm on the
service?
computer, I'm not on the document.
Yes, he is.
Changes in.
Not quite up to that one yet. I'm not quite there yet. What I want to look at is just the headings first. So in your paper report that I've given you,
Anyway, let's not go there.
just whether you have, and we'll come to your one in a moment. Make sure we come back to you on that.
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay.
I just have a specific question, so that's all. I mean, it can fit somewhere, yeah.
So we've got a question mark around waste minimisation. Does everybody would like to keep it at waste minimisation, or are you happy to turn it back to go to solid waste? I just need a direction. I've got two keen for waste minimisation.
Yeah, I think waste minimisation is fine to keep it at that.
I'm ambivalent. I think whichever we do doesn't make a difference. Whatever we do, we want to try and minimise the waste, whatever processes we go through.
This is part of the LTP, so it's
Heading in an
so
active
it's
name.
thinking, it's aspirational. We minimisation where we want to direct ourselves towards.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not quite like that. It's actually our activities group that we are going to be doing for the next 10 years in the budget. And it's just the title, that's all it is. So,
But within the broader framework of the LTP.
yeah, so.
A heading that'll look like that. Just on that point.
Just clarification on why we are doing this heading change or what we're gonna achieve with it.
Because this is your LTP, it's your long-term plan.
Why we're wasting so
I could
much
just-
time on headings?
I could just say, hey, look, we'll just
Yeah.
cut it and we'll just,
No, not
like the last one.
I mean, is there
I want
any issue with the headings before? I mean, why are we wasting the whole day on?
Actually, part of being a councillor, so this is actually a governance level thing that we're supposed to be doing besides giving advice to,
Okay,
I don't know.
okay, so roading,
Hang on, look,
So my,
let's just go back to the formal process. When you want to speak, ask, please. So I think, just to clarify, you were saying it was easier to have the solid waste as a form of fitting in with other legislation, is that correct?
it's just a more common wording phrase that infrastructure would like to use instead of waste minimisation because it aligns with their work that they do.
Right.
But at the end of the day,
Councillor Larson?
Under the previous LTP, was it waste minimisation and just to go to solid waste? My opinion is that I prefer the term solid waste because it's a higher level term. So it deals with the activity, because waste minimisation is an approach that can be used under solid waste, but why not cover the whole? It's like having roading and then having underneath that, I don't know, good footpaths or something. It's a high level term, solid waste. It's dealing with something we have to deal with. So I prefer that. That's my opinion.
Councillor Pennyroy, did you want to?
Oh, yeah, just my statement, I guess, is waste minimisation for the reasons that I set out. And I guess it's just the way that people think about certain things, because my way of thinking is different to Councillor Larson's, and that actually it's the end goal and not so it's where my perspective is, it's where we want to go with waste as opposed to where waste comes from, or what definition that we put it into. I don't even like the term waste, because waste can be used, waste means waste that has no purpose after it's finished, but all of the waste that we have has a purpose. We can recycle it, we can reuse it, we can compost it into fertiliser. It's the things that we do with it, which we're not doing at the moment. It's that whole, I'm not going to go into it, but the Te Ao Māori worldview of waste is that everything has a purpose. and even going into, for example, waste to energy, with the direction that we gave, which I did agree to. However, we have finite resources in this world, and waste to energy could become a monster that what we deem a taniwha, and that it takes away forever a resource that we can never get back, but can be, could be used invaluable. So that's just my thoughts on the word. It's not just a word. We are governors, and this is part of, as I say, the reason that we are councillors and setting the direction. And I talk about a waka and us being on a waka and us moving in direction. And I don't think that we should be, we're not here to advise staff on technical issues, which I think a lot of the morning was taken up on, and can be separate conversations. Thank you.
Any further comments?
I can, sorry, through the chair, is regulatory functions is something in the dark. I would rather have resource consent, building control, and compliance. You know what we're talking about. And regulatory functions can encompass, I guess, more than these three things, because it's a big term. So I'm happy with the thing which is more descriptive than things like big words, resilience and all mean nothing to me. So it's better to be clear than sorry.
What's your preference?
So my preference, as I said again, resource consent, building control, and compliance. These are the regulatory functions. Rather than saying regulatory functions, regulatory 3 times again, building consent, it's just repeating ourselves. Why we are adding more words to document and without any meaning? So just the resource consent, building control, and compliance you are trying to achieve. You said instead of that, we'll put another heading called regulatory functions. And then you'll have 3 times regulatory, and building consent. What we have achieved. To be honest, I'm more for simplicity rather than complexity. Thank you.
Just showing you the one that I happen to have it as an example on that screen there is resource consents, building control and compliance. That was the heading last time. And then under that, there were 3 different sections: resource consent, building control, and compliance. So what I was summarising the 3 and calling it regulatory, and then putting the 3 underneath, other than having it twice, once up here and then broken down underneath there.
So have you written it wrong? It says previous name was resource consent.
Correct, which is what you can see on the screen.
So we are trying to improve it by putting 4 regulatories in there.
We're just changing that one title in this one document to say, instead of saying the 3 names, it just says regulatory functions, because already underneath that heading are each regulatory.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say in not so many words.
By it?
Yeah, so just keep it as it is. Thank you.
Right, so I've got some direction on those headings. I'll move on to the document.
Could I have a turn?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. Councillor Vincent.
Councillor Vincent, there you are. Come on.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wanting to go back to the question was, do you want the word solid waste or waste minimisation as the section title? If we were to have waste minimisation as the section title, then surely we would need to say, for open spaces and facilities, we would need to say something like more accessible open spaces and facilities. And with regulatory functions, we would say more customer-friendly regulatory functions or whatever. Like that's applying the aspirational aspect to it, which is where we're just looking for a descriptor for that section of the activities. So so my non-vote would be in favour of what the staff are recommending in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, I understand what Tracy's trying to do here. You have a simple solid waste sits at the top and everything else underneath that comes in, like your minimisation, your recycling, your composting, whatever. So I think I'd have to support that Mark, yep.
And remember, each of these activities will come back to you in this next document, which moves us nicely into the next document. And you'll have an opportunity to think about what's underneath them. So this template that was the attachment, as I said, most of the headings are just to make sure that behind the scenes, all the thought processes are gone through by the activity manager, as well as a whole lot of others. You'll see some very detailed versions of this come to you. Transport, roading and footpaths will be one of them. It won't be just a simple sheet like this. It'll have quite a lot involved in it. Others will be quite straightforward. So all I'm proposing here is that we keep this document the same. It worked last time. But is there anything else you would like changed? If there's anything you'd like changed.
Any comments there, folks? You happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay, move on, Tracy, please.
Thank you very much. Now, the next one is all yours. This is just for clarification because you've given us good information in your community outcomes. You actually created a major projects list. Now, I see this is not in any priority order. It was just how it came out in the day for you guys in the room. So there's nothing, there's no priority around it. It's in a random order. And each one of these, if you decide to keep them in, will just be given to those activity managers and they'll start incorporating them into their plans that will come back over the coming months. So this was your list. And I'm just saying, are you still comfortable with the list or is there anything else you'd like to add or remove?
Question.
Thank you, Kara.
I don't see the Kaihu Valley Trail on here, but that was one that was expressed by a number of councillors during our retreat. Secondly, we set these projects. Actually, I think it was the day before the cyclone.
Yes, correct.
And I think, you know, things have changed and priorities and finances have changed. So there's a number on here that I'm really not comfortable with that. And I keep going back to the example of if Dargaville can't get the $2 million wastewater funding that was in the budget, then there's a number on here that just wouldn't even come close to being a priority. I hear what you're saying, that they're not in any particular order, but it just seems funny that there's always things that are at the top that are, you know, from one district versus the other. I'm not too sure. So we've got the 2 library projects on there. We already know that the second tranche of the Better Off funding hasn't been agreed to. So we probably need to have some more direction and discussions on that, where that leaves us now with how we approach that funding. And yeah, I think that Dargaville Recreation Facility, although they're in no particular order of priority, should be a priority out of the priorities. So it should be something, especially given that I can't see anything in there that is tagged to Dargaville. Like most of them are Mangawhai, Kaiwaka. We've got the obviously the water dam for Dargaville, but that's not associated with council, so it's not actually really a council project. It's more Taitukido Water Trust.
It's the Waitoa.
No.
It's our dam.
Which one?
Councillor,
Different dams.
One's not the
Item is not referring to.
can I get CE Maris to just clarify that?
Yeah, so that's not the Taitukido Water Storage Trust dam.
Oh,
That's our own
okay.
dam.
That's a different one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Where is that, sorry?
That's Anand?
Sorry, this one's a Waitoa dam.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Larson?
Oh, thank you, Your Worship.
Oh, Aaron was next.
I'll come back to you, okay?
I don't want to get too bogged down in this. We're at a very early stage of the long-term plan process. What we've got there is a list of ideas that were floated at our retreat. It's flexible. It's not getting locked down necessarily today. And I just don't want to get bogged down in, you know, we can find creative ways of funding things. And might not be ratepayer funded or targeted rate funded. We might find external funding for a lot of these projects, or they might come from growth funding like reserve contributions. So, there's room to find balance, and there's room to find lots of ways of doing different things, necessarily funding them out of general rates.
Thank you. Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. I don't have a problem with this list that we created on that day, because yes, as it was the day before a cyclone and we were all in a nice place. But then things have changed. I understand that, but I also understand the process of how this works. And as Councillor Larson has pointed out, like there could be funding found elsewhere, but also there just might not be funding as we go through the LTP process, and items may get dropped along the way. That's how this works. However, I am, because things have changed, and especially because Three Waters has been pushed out, the one project that I am now very passionate about is the Dargaville wastewater, and that needs to be included. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've added Dargaville wastewater and Kaihu Valley Trail, and I will just expand on what the two councillors have said. This is your contribution, and that'll come into the pot. The activity managers, what you'll notice is you've been invited to a number of pre-engagement events across the district, and you've got some more coming up. That's Comms wanted us to let you know, please engage with those. What's happening now is we're gathering all the information. We've got time, and we want you to go out there and listen, and this will be added to. So, but you don't have to do it here now. This was just me bringing your ones in to make sure that they're counted. What's going to happen now is you'll be going out to events, staff at the markets will be gathering the information. So if you're talking to the community members and they say something, we want that on the list. Activity manager is going to get from this process is a long list. And what we're going to do is give them with stages, they'll be an activity sheet, which is very high level and doesn't have anything in the list, pretty much. It's just about levels of service and things like that. As we go on, budgets will come back and there'll be lists of all of these things, and there'll be where the funding comes from, whether it aligns with your community outcomes that you want and your vision. They'll come back to you like that, set up so that you can see. And that's the process that Councillor Wilson-Collins was referring to, where you go, there's so much we all want and there's so much our community wants, and that's where the rubber hits the road for you to make your decision of where the line is. So we try and make that easy that's why your community outcomes were so important to us to get, because now they can go, okay, that aligns with what they want. That might mean that this project is now out of the picture for this LTP, but it will stay there and may come back next time if you've got more funding or whatever. So that's the process we're going through. It takes a long time. So I just wanted to make sure you're still happy with your list, which I'm going to leave everything on it because there's no reason to take it off, because that's fine. And we'll add those other two items. And that's everything I need. Is there anything else?
So you, Maris?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you, Trace. Look, the only thing I wanted to say is the uncertain nature of what is happening over even the next year. So Anna's going to talk to us about the Three Waters reform and the changes in that space. So the legislation was currently written. So we're keeping, Tracy alluded to it today, so we're keeping Three Waters out of the LTP at the moment. They're going to rewrite the legislation again fairly soon and going to put that before the House, and that may well include Three Waters back into the situation. So we're kind of, what I'm kind of reflecting here is we've got a lot of uncertain information, and you are going to have imperfect information provided to you. And that's just sadly the way we have to roll at the moment. When we get to the conversation about Entity A, we might find Entity A might move earlier as well. So that adds to the complexity of the information we have to bring to you. Plus you add in the elections, central government elections, and what happens in that space. So look, we're trying our best. I do want to say that it is difficult to try and plan here properly. Things are going to change, and we're just going to have to keep you informed as best we can as we proceed through. So, Mayor.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have the item 5, which is government order reform update. presented by Annan Nama. See her?
Yeah.
Cool.
That was a great segue, wasn't it? That was a great segue before. About 3 Waters Reform and boom.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just like to take the opportunity to update elected members on the recent announcement the government made on the Three Waters reform. I'll take the paper as read. I'd like to take members through just some key points. So on the 13th of April, a reset was announced. The Three Waters Reform Program is now known as the Water Services Reform Program, with a focus on affordable services. A little bit of history. There are 3 bills that make up this piece of work. The original commence date, go live, was 1 July 2024, although it still sits as that date in the Water Services Entities Act, which was passed in December 2022. Now, there may be some changes going back to Select Committee and then back in through the House before House rises to reflect the changes that the government or the Minister has announced as part of the Water Services Reform Program. 2 further bills that are continuing. I did present to elected members on those. We chose, my direction was not to submit on them, and we didn't submit on them. The 2 bills will be due back to the House. Our current understanding is in June this year. One is the legislation bill, which just gives powers and functions to the entities, and then the Water Services Economic Efficiency and Consumer Protection that gives regulation around pricing and protection to the consumers. A little bit of a busy slide, but I'll just note out some key points. So the government has moved from 4 entities previously identified through to 10, and then I'll show those on the slide next. The date for the go live for the entities staggered from 2025, with the latest being 1 July 2026, as opposed to the original start date of 1 July 2024. Just caveat on that, there is legislation that is going to be going through, and my understanding is that there's papers going to Cabinet in May or early June to reflect the actual go live dates. What this does mean for us, though, is that we will be responsible for delivery of the water services until we go live, or until Entity A goes live. So that's for water, wastewater, and stormwater. Also of, I guess, disappointment is that they've announced that the tranche 2 funding of has been discontinued. And so for KDC, we don't get the $12.1 million that was set aside in the original program. They're going to strengthen the ownership. It will still be owned by the public, although they'll be operationally independent. So they'll still be council owned, but the entities will operate through a board and have some independence, so that there's balance separation, which allows greater borrowing capacity. Stormwater is going to continue in the reform, although further work on urban, so that should be rural stormwater continues. So they haven't quite rural stormwater means at the moment with the council, but there's a little bit of debate around definition. So park that there and say work is still continuing on that. They haven't changed the governance structure, so it will still be operated by a professional board. it would be a competency-based appointment. The makeup, obviously, of the board is no reference to co-governance, and that's something that the regional representative group, once established, will go through the appointment, although the DIA may assist in the early stages of the makeup. They are saying that the local voice will be strengthened through the regional representative group. So that's the group of council members, mayor, and then the rest of the makeup of the board will be determined by that group. One of the good things is that they're still saying that the entities will need to consult with the consumer, business, our residents on strategic direction to make sure that their work and council's work, I say the entities' work and the council's work is closely aligned with the infrastructure needs going forward and the growth and development within the respective spatial plans. So there were 4 entities before, entities A, B, C and D, and the reset has got that down to 10. So entity A remains unchanged. Auckland Northland is still entity A. However, the rest of the entities have been carved up to reflect greater community involvement. Population ranges for Auckland 1.8 million, right through to the smallest, I think, is Taranaki, sitting just over 100,000 population. So you can appreciate that the makeup is quite different, and hence why the staggered go live date. Although entity A remains unchanged and has the possibility of going on the 1 July 2024. Just want to outline some immediate impacts, Mr. Mayor. So the tranche 2 has been discontinued, and the paper after my presentation will take you through what that means for council and seek direction from council as to how they want that to proceed. The deferral does mean that we will be continuing to own and be responsible for the 3 waters up until the go live date. And we understand that there'll be greater clarity provided by DIA. Tracy alluded on the long-term plan. So at the moment, we've excluded the 3 waters out of the LTP. We have been doing some work with the DIA on an entity A asset management plan and what that looks like. And I have my former presentations alluded to the fact that we need the next decade investment in the order of about $600 million. So that's incorporated within the start of the process within the entity A end. How that passage goes through, obviously will be more information coming out as the direction on balance sheet separation and the price path and how much the entities can borrow commensurate with Auckland and Northland's funding requirements. But one of the things that we are looking to get clarification from DIA is if that process for entity A at least could be deferred or not deferred even, not proceed, given that there's a possibility that entity A may go early. So as Jason said, there's a little bit of, I guess, uncertainty, but as we get more clarifications, we're going to get a bit more certainty, but we are in this little bit of a wobbly path where we're just having to be, I guess, wait and see. Good news is that we are prepared to rate if we had to the first years within our LTP, although it does concern me and create confusion within the community. It's coming down to the affordability of those programs to in the first 2 years. So we will come back with what that means from a funding perspective once we get clarity from government that we have to incorporate the first 2 years. I'm hoping that our conversation through Jason conversation with the executive director, who's responsible for the Three Waters transition, changes that discussion and means that we don't have to, so that again we get rid of that noise and concentrate on the key components of the work that remains with Kaipara District Council. However, as I said to you, if we are forced to include it, then we'll put that through the LTP process and incorporate that within Tracy's program. And look, we'll continue to work with DIA, given that there's been a lot of work that NTTA Auckland Northland has done for the past 2.5 years. In the preparation that Entity A does stand up on 1 July 2024, so we do want to be in a position where we can go. And that's Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to get to as many as I can.
Councillor Larson's first off the block there.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks for that. I'm of a mind that if we can pivot to something other than what we were going to do in tranche one, we ought to. I think putting that money towards something that's going to take a very long time to implement. Better off to get something on the ground for our communities to use now. And
sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's the next item.
That's the next item.
This is just about the reforms. We've got the Better Off funding as the next item.
or does it not lead to that?
We've got a different presenter.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I'll back up.
Beep, beep, beep.
Okay, any further questions? I just want one. Oh, sorry, Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. I do have a question. Do we have any idea yet what the impact will actually be to our LTP, having to put the Three Waters back at something further down the track?
Yeah, look, it is something that we'll bring back as part of the LTP process, but just as a high level, the investment in the 24-25 years is in the order of 40 million. And then it goes up to about 80 million. So, and that's just 3 months.
And just to clarify, that's to has that become so large because of the legislation that's been put in place? Is assets should be looked after, or was that always that's just?
Yeah. So I did present that to the former council. When we had the conversation on tranche one funding, that we wanted to grab the tranche one funding because we wanted to understand our capital needs. And so when I came in, the initial assessment of our asset management plan was that we just were deferring direction from the former council, and obviously this council is we can't defer. I mean, we're running out of road. We're kicking the can down the road, but the road is getting shorter. And therefore, we're having to do a step change investment. And the implications on council will be quite significant. That's why, we are hoping that the government sees that and allows it to be incorporated within the Entity A's AMP, which has a larger borrowing capacity than 15,000 ratepayers of Kaipara District Council.
Absolutely, thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Just a question on the debt. So DIA will still take our debt.
Yeah.
In those 2 years, any more debt that we incur, are we guaranteed that they'll take the whole lot, or are they looking at?
No, they will. The legislation, I don't believe will change around debt. It will just change around the 4 to 10, which they've announced, and then the start date. And there's a piece of work that Sue's doing to make sure that they clearly understand what our debt position is and the big transfer provisions for that.
Considering that Entity A, which has not changed, is your feeling with the discussions you've had? My feeling is that we'll be going early.
Yeah, like nothing official, but the word on the street, because that's all I can say at the moment, because I don't have any official information, is that indications are that we could go early, and that's why I'm saying we as officers, we're not going to stop doing the work with DIA. And our, what we can is to influence that early start date of 1 July. 2024. It is still in legislation, so if all the changes are made, that's the basis on which we're working to. Even if we, the legislation wants to say early 2025, it's a 6-month delay, which still means that it doesn't make sense putting anything into a long-term plan for something that's going to be non-existent when it comes to consultation.
Right. Councillor, no?
No, I agree with I think the differing thing because of the selections and all, primarily that was the issue. My question is more related to any design work or anything what is in the pipeline to stop it, or would you be continuing it?
No, we're gonna continue doing the shovel ready. We're gonna get it to a point where it's shovel ready. I did have this conversation with the council some months ago that we will stop stuff that we believe can be stopped without increasing our risk. But there are some things that we still want to continue to make sure that we do get to a point where we are shovel ready. And look, the Dargaville wastewater treatment plant is one example. We haven't shaved all the money. We've still got money in there to make sure that, you know, we can get the designs underway to a point where they just naturally transition into Entity A and continue into construction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you. So in total, hand in glove with this, we're going to have Hayley Worthington present Better Off Funding Tranche 2 update and Tranche 1 correction. Welcome, Hayley. Thank you.
I'll the report is read. I've got a little presentation, and just before I start, Councillor Vincent, you answered a question about the 12 million versus the 16 million that's in the presentation in the report. So the 16 million is what is published on the DIA's website. So whether or not that's their typo, I'm not sure, but I've taken whatever's in the grant system from the DIA website. Okay. Go here. Okay. So the funding package was provided to us as part of the Three Waters reform from central government. It was divided into tranche 1 and tranche 2. So tranche 1 was for 4.04 million, and tranche 2, like I said, is loaded into the DIA system as 16.01 million. So we originally earmarked that for the use for the design and build of the Mangawhai and Dargaville Community Hub initiatives. So tranche 1 has been approved, and an initial drawdown of 404,000 has been provided to KDC. And we are currently working towards, well, we've actually finished interviewing now as of last week, the project managers for that role. And we've accepted both of those projects, Dargaville and Community Hub, into the project management office to begin reporting in our system. So we've been moving ahead with that decision. As a result of the central government's, I guess, rebranding of the reform package to the affordable water reforms, they have removed tranche 2 funding as an initiative for councils. So after they removed tranche 2, I gave DIA a bit of a phone call and spoke to them to say, hey, what are we going to do now? And they let us know that this is a nationwide issue. So all councils have been in touch with DIA about this particular concern. So basically we did strategically set up both of those projects so that we would have tranche 1 would get us design and consented and shovel ready. Tranche 2 would then take us through to build. So we strategically split the projects in case something like this might happen. However, because so many councils across the nation have responded to tranche 2 being removed, they've now, I guess, opened up the box again and allowed variations for any scope for approved Better Off funding projects, and further DIA delegated authority to the Crown Infrastructure Partners group to be able to approve any delegations. So if we want to revisit this and we want to look at how we're spending tranche one, we, I guess, need direction from council now because we have gone through the interviews with the project manager and we are moving ahead in that space. However, if you did want to amend direction for the tranche one funding, some of the criteria, so basically you would need to meet all the criteria for the Better Off funding package, so you can see the criteria there. The new project has to fall within 20% of the original tranche one funding, so 20% of that $4 million. As per the original funding application, any project has to be engaged and agreed upon in principle with iwi and Māori. And we need to spend all project funds by June 2027. So, like I said, we're seeking direction from council now about whether or not you want us to proceed with the design work consenting and initial site works preparation to get the community hub initiatives to shovel ready, or whether you want to revisit the tranche one allocation and seek a variation of scope. So just to let you know what that means, seeking a variation of scope is that we would need to go through that entire funding application process again. So we would need to re-engage with Māori at iwi. We would need to get their support and engaged and approval in principle for any project initiatives to go ahead. And DIA / the Grant Infrastructure Partners are happy to look at any of those. We just need to give them a heads up that we are going to do that. Yes.
Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Is there a time frame on this?
There's no time frame. So basically, because we've been awarded the $404,000, we are on a reporting time frame now, and so there is a push from the Grant Infrastructure Partners and DIA for us to start spending that money working on the projects. However, because we've spoken to them and they know that we're potentially going to be looking at this again, they're waiting basically for direction from council today to be able to say, yes, we are going to submit a scope variation, or no, we're going to move ahead, and then they'll put the pressure on us again to start reporting against our milestones for the community hub project.
Councillor Peniwara.
Thank you, through the chair. What is the shortfall on each of the projects? Because it's not in the report. So how much were we, what percentage was from the tranche two funding was to be directed to each of the community hubs?
It wasn't broken down like that. So the tranche two funding is just in a big pot. So they only broke down tranche one funding.
But you would have had to submit the project costs to for the initial application.
Yes.
Okay,
I'll have to come back to you to see how exactly tranche two was broken down and have a look at that. But I know, I think you will be right, because tranche one was split $1 million to Dargaville in 3.
Because I just want to understand in my mind, if we do agree to the status quo, what levels of funding are we sort of throwing money towards to, because we had a decision that came to us and it was like, oh, well, we've already spent this amount of money on this, so we have to now spend this amount of money because we'd already committed that. Because I think that's really important and the decision that we need to make.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Yep.
Sorry, Councillor Paniora, I'm not quite understanding what you're saying.
What I'm saying is the amount of money required to complete the 2 projects that we're looking to approve for shovel-ready status.
Right. So you're talking about the tranche 2 or the tranche 1? So tranche 2.
Tranche 2.
Okay. So you're trying to see.
The report what the allocations are, but we don't have what tranche allocations.
So tranche 2, Mangawhai Community Hub, the tranche 2 total was 9.72 million, and Dargaville Community Hub was 11.72 million for tranche 2.
Okay, Councillor Larson.
Thank you. I think the question was answered there. It's a significant amount of additional expenditure beyond tranche 1. Tranche 1 is just for the concept development and consenting for projects that we then need multiple millions of dollars to actually implement. And I think that we should keep it simple. I would prefer to see us actually use the tranche 1 money to implement something for our communities that we can see happen relatively soon rather than on the never never. Doesn't mean those other projects might be able to happen in some way, but there's just no way of funding without this money. It was a great idea until it was pulled. And so I don't know, I think we need to choose a couple of really good projects that everyone agrees on and thinks would be good for the community. And for Dargaville, maybe that's finding a really good solution to the civic centre there, building a decent annex and, you know, fix the issues with the cinema and make that really nice there. There's enough money there to do a pretty good job on that. And maybe for Mangawhai, we could put it towards accelerating the extension of the shared path and actually get that shared path going all the way along from Mangawhai Central into Mangawhai Village and just have that linkage done sooner rather than later. So there's a couple of ideas that I think might be good. I think we should keep it simple, go to iwi with a couple of ideas that we've formulated and see if they're happy to support them. And if they are, great, get an application and get it done. If they're not, then, you know, if it's going to be problematic, then maybe we do have to do the concept development of these other projects and just put them on the back burner until we can fund them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Jonathan Larson on this. We should not try to go into a rat hole again, and we've done many times. This 4 million is safely parked, and I would say we should go for variation at point in time. We should not commit ourselves to something unknown with no funding in place. When we are talking about a 600K increase and we are talking about 1.5% rate increase on little matters, the big matters we just ignored. The 4 million is a lot of money. So I would say park it, and as Councillor Larson said, think of a better project.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Just questions, just to get my head around it. So my understanding was that the 2 community hubs in Dargaville and Mangawhai never had any money for them. And it wasn't until, but they were in the long-term plan anyway, and they were going to charge ahead with the community in mind. And then this funding came along, and those were the projects that were taken out of the LTP, and therefore that's where the funding got allocated to. So I can see we're kind of going back to square one with those projects. So what happens if we don't, because as my understanding was they were already there, if we don't use this tranche 1 funding, question for Mr. Maris, we don't use a tranche 1 funding to do the design and concept phase, is what happened to that original plan?
So through you,
they had that funding in the.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the original plan was to get a trust together, and we consulted on that in the last long-term plan. And that was about recognising that it's a significant cost, and trusts have a far better opportunity and far better funding mechanisms available to them than council does. That's also not ratepayer funded, right? So that's currently what's in the LTP. Of course, you're right. The better funding came along and everybody sort of changed tack. I think it'd be a bit of a conversation and a topic for this LTP preparation on what we need to do in that space, given that we're, you know, at point of demolition this year as well for Dargaville.
So given that, what happened is we had this opportunity to spend tranche 1, tranche 2, which we folded into the LTP with previous council's decision to look at facilities. So we now we no longer have the tranche 2, but we still have to decide what we're going to do with tranche 1. And Councillor Larson's advice is that we use it now for something that's achievable now for ratepayers.
So, sorry, just to clarify, I think the Mayor's misunderstood me. So what happens to that project in the LTP? Like that's still there for now?
Currently in the LTP.
That would become a conversation for the next LTP.
Yeah, so
it disappears into the ether.
No, it's still currently in the LTP. So in coming months, we would have to have that conversation with you. If, for example, through this briefing and then decision, you decided to spend the tranche 1 funding on a different, so the summary's correct, on a different project, then obviously that becomes more of a live conversation as part of the LTP.
Yeah.
Actually. because the need doesn't go away, right? So to be fair, council has been talking about a library in Dargaville for
10 years.
over 10 years now, and we haven't quite got there, and we've tried many different ways.
And the library in Mangawhai is critical as well.
That's right, absolutely.
Councillor Penrose.
Thank you, through the chair. I already, I think a couple of months ago, indicated that I wasn't happy with the way that the funding had been allocated, because my thinking around the Three Waters and everything is it's really about infrastructure. And so we, I used the word selling ourselves out for a concept that could sit there for another 10 years. So I'm more leaning towards, putting the money into projects that we already have in the pipeline and we want to see, and similar to what Councillor Larson has said, that we can actually see something tangible from. But I am also mindful that we do have a responsibility and an obligation to somehow still support the projects that we have indicated in principle that we would agree to fund. So just for example, for Dargaville, allocating the majority of funding to another project, but also still supporting them and assisting with the setup costs of a charitable trust, or supplying resources to that, so that we can at least get them to that phase where they're in a position to start to get funding, but that we're not paying for the concepts and the designs and things like that. That's sort of where my head's at the moment, but obviously open to thoughts and ideas of other elected members that might change my thinking. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah, I agree with what Councillor Larson has put on the table for us to think about and how to reuse the money, but it's a really hard juggle with what the community are already expecting, and with these community hubs. So it's unfortunate that tranche 2 has been taken away, because I would imagine a lot of it would have to be funded by debt now. So, Trust, both of them.
We currently have 4.78 million in the long-term plan for Mangawhai and 2 million for Dargaville included in the long-term plan. So we'll come back to you with our long-term plan projects and adjust some of those figures and with a bit of a direction. Councillor Vincent has a question also.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Your Eminence. I wonder if it's the possibility of saying yes and yes to some extent, in that to me, the first thing I would do is to expeditiously deal with the problem of the current conference room and so on, like the demolition and reinstatement of the Dargaville Town Hall, and that we've got some nice preliminary designs of what could be made of that space to tie things back together again. And that surely can't take $4 million. And also, I have always wondered how you would spend $4 million on coming up with the design for 2 community hubs, one in Dargaville, one in Mangawhai. Surely it would be beneficial to have that phase, as projects in existing long-term plan, get that part of sort of the development of the concepts and designs to the extent that they would be shovel ready in the event that funding comes along. Because I think one of the things that has where we've been limited in the past is we've missed out on opportunities for external funding because we haven't had something worked up ready to put on the table and say, right, let's do this then, now that we've got some money for it. And if it means that ultimately one or other or both are picked up by some form of charitable trust which has access to external funding, well, all to the good, but they would have something that they could start with. And yeah, so that's what I see. And I guess it just depends on the numbers as to how much would be involved in, firstly, the reinstatement of the Dargaville Town Hall, etc., and also how much it would cost to get to one or both of those library/community hub projects to the point where there were some detailed plans that someone could pick up and run with. That's me. Thank you.
Councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I think Councillor Larson has raised a very good point, but I think it's also important to consider is that several of the suggestions are not likely to enable one to draw upon the funds in that time. And so conceptually, I think we have to go back to what can we have completed and draw the money in a limited time.
Thank you. Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. So these ideas, like the great ideas that Councillor Larson has put forward, do they fit within? Do they worth pursuing? Is probably the first question. Do they fit the criteria? Do we believe they fit the criteria? I mean, I believe they.
Yep. So I think that under the criteria of infrastructure or indoor services that support local placemaking and improvements, both of
them
fall under there.
The shared path as well.
Yep, I checked about pathways and cycleways with DIA, and they said that they would fall under that criteria.
Okay, so the shared path probably isn't that big of an issue because I believe we've got the plans and the, like we're just boom tagging onto that. Sorry, people on the internet. For my sound effects. But the other suggestion that's been made, I mean, as far as I know, we've got no detail on that. We've got no design. We've got an artist's impression. How does that work in pivoting now to change what we're doing?
Or the town hall?
Yes. How would that?
Well, it would be the same. We would need to, so we would get funding to do the concept design, any consenting works and any initial site preparation. We would put in an application to go through that whole process to get the quotes, the design, and we would need to go through that design process with the community as well.
So the fact that it's not in the LTP yet, because previously that's what was required, the fact that we haven't actually done any work on it, it's just out of the air. Sorry, sound effects again. That's
still something that
we still could run with that. Okay. Can I make a statement now?
Go for it.
Thank you. I don't know if you guys can see the smoke pulling out of my ears. So my direction, like I was on the previous council and I was part of that LTP where we did put in plans to create these community hubs without knowing where the funding would come from, with the idea that a community trust would be formed, and it would be run and built and run by the community. So I feel that those projects would still happen without necessarily this tranche one funding. However, I'm frustrated that we're in this position and that we're having to do this pivoting, frustrated at how far we've come down the track with interviewing people for the job. Yeah, and it's just not a great place to be in. However, I still, sorry, so just on that, I just want to impress on my elected members to keep it in mind when we do get to this current LTP. And to remember that whole, as we heard from Anand this morning, the defer. Here's another thing that for 10 years, everyone keeps talking about it and it never gets off the ground. And I'd really love to see, even if it is run by the community, that council gets it off the ground and we actually can run with that. I think it would be a great, and it's a needed facility for both ends of the district. So there's that. But on the other side of it, I totally get the point that's being made around the room that wouldn't it be fantastic to actually create an actual tangible thing for our community, this funding. But again, frustrated that we can't actually spend it on water infrastructure, because that's the one thing that we're desperate for. So that's my statement. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the ratepayers said to me the other day, he said, kicking the can down the road on all sorts of things. So we could spend all this money on doing, you know, designs for libraries, and the way the economy is going, we could wait another 10 years, actually put a spade in the ground and start a footing, you know. And so the ratepayer said to me, you know, like, can't you give us some wins, you know? And this way, if we can consult with, you know, with Mary and get a pivot that gives people a win, I think it'd be a good thing.
So through your chair, so can I just confirm that next steps will be that we will revisit the tranche 1 allocation and come back to council with some ideas for projects, and then begin that engagement with iwi and submit a scope variation?
I think we've got a majority of opinion here, yes. Councillor Olsen?
One more question, sorry. When would that come back? We know, because it would need to come to a decision meeting, right? What's that time frame we're running on?
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, so what we could do, so I'm thinking out loud now. I mean, I want to reflect, obviously, that you're going to need some time to digest this and perhaps put some thought to projects you'd like to see that we would need to assess as well under the framework. So perhaps one of the actions after this is for you to think about this yourself and then send to Hayley ideas that you'd want to get included. There are issues around, you know, the fact that projects may not have been consulted on before, that sort of thing. So we've got to be very wary of, or take our community with us on this and bear them in mind. So maybe that's one action. I think the direction is that we look at these projects again. So we would then possibly, I'll talk to Hayley about this, bring this back to the next month's briefing with the list. There will need to be a decision made at some point, obviously, to move on.
So just one last point. Is there any way, so if we were, I love the idea of bringing back a number of projects so that we can tease it out a little bit more, but a brilliant idea that, well, I feel this is a brilliant idea, is that if we do put Dargawal funding into the town hall, that perhaps we could have the library in the town hall, because we did have the library there at one point in time, and whether that 2 million could enlarge the footprint of the facility to also house the I don't know, the library, but
yep, definitely.
Something that
put that forward as a project. Yeah.
I just want to clarify something, if you don't mind, before we move on. And I did raise the point about, you know, that centre town hall fix. And what I meant, and that may not be what comes out of this conversation, is that what I want to try and see with this tranche 1 money, it's not an enormous amount of money. I want to see a fix for the community situation we have, which is hanging in limbo at the moment. Okay, now that might not be everything that we envisage for the site for the whole future, but I want to see us be able to get in there, have a really nice annex that the cinema and everybody can operate through, which is watertight and comfortable, looks nice. But I think that's probably about as far as we can get this money.
Like to add information center to the library as well, please, because that has been 6 years, talked about it. We're talking Kaipara place to be, but where to be, we don't know. Somebody walks in there, they don't know where to go. So it's just an idea, not a founding idea, but an ancillary idea to look at it when you're doing design. Thank you.
Okay, well, maybe see Meredith's suggestion that you might like to give it further thought and then email some suggestions to Hay for her benefit. Thank you.
I'd just like to comment again that if you're looking at anything that's got building design, features like that, you need consents it'll drag on forever. You've got to focus the concept on something that's almost bankable now.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to, have a break, bit of lunch.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll break for, how long?
Half an hour.
Half an hour.
Thank you.
Hey, Mark, how you doing? Well done on coming back on time. We're just waiting for everybody else to return, okay?
Okay, let's reconvene. Everyone here that was here before? Right. UAGC and water supply charging options. And this is Christine, is it?
Yes, Sue's going to actually introduce it.
Not online. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Okay. There you go.
Okay, thanks. Look, we're near finalisation of our total rates, but this briefing is about who pays and how the spread is and what changes council can make at an annual plan time, and that's about the UAGC and the fixed water charge. So just to recap, last week I talked to you about the fact that overall our targeted rates and our general rates were 4.98% on average. That's excluding water, and it's made up of general rates of 3.36% and targeted rates of 9.42%. So you can actually see in the figures that Christine has produced for us that the biggest change in the targeted rates, which make up the 9.42%, is the sewerage charge. That's gone up about $120. I think it is about, $120 for each resident that has sewerage. And in Mangawhai, there's an additional, I think it's $40 or $50 for stormwater there, and Kaiwaka might be the same. So the other targeted rates haven't moved that much. So, and looking, when she comes, she'll take us through her presentation, but it's key just to remember that whatever you do to the UAGC, if you make it higher, then the higher value property benefits from a higher UAGC, and you can see that in the figures that the farms, which have a higher incidence of the general rate, then their costs actually go down as opposed to the residential. So I think you've just got to understand that. In the end, this is about the distribution of rates and who pays. So I'll let Christine go through the guidelines for what we want from you today. Thanks, Christine.
Thank you, Sue. I'll take the report as read. We were just basically coming back to you from our earlier briefing where you gave and what can we do with the UAGC. I just wanted to start by sharing the land value information for our district. That's that first slide there. I don't know if you can all read it, but just basically showing you it's not granular, but at a lower level where our average land values sit. So we can see that Dargaville has quite a low land value of an average of say $340,000, and compared to Mangawhai's $500,000, and we go to Mangataroto at $340,000. And so I just wanted to sort of break down the areas so you get a feel for where the number of properties and where our values sit within the district. I summarised the impact of the Uniform Annual General Charge table here just for a selection of, so we can see the if we keep it the same, so currently it's sitting at 764. A residential property in Dargaville will see increase of 5.6%. Initially, I'd done this slide but didn't put the percentage increases in, and I realised that's something that we like to focus on, so I've just updated this slide today. So you can see they have currently a 5.6% increase. If we were to reduce the UAGC to 728, that impact on that Dargaville property would be a 4.98% increase. And conversely, if we go to the $1,000 UAGC, it's a 9.72%. And if we compare that to the other end of the scale, our rural properties, we can see, if we keep it the same, a 3.76% increase. That is a lower increase predominantly because the rural properties aren't connected to wastewater. So yes, as Sue explained, that's where some of our major increase is coming from. And if we were able to put the UAGC at $1,000, they actually see a decrease in their rates. So whilst we talked about the 30% cap, and I've described that in the report, $1,000 is sitting around that cap. We can't actually set the rate at that level without consultation because it is quite a significant change. So I think from today, I'm actually just wondering what level you'd like to see the UAGC set up. So we'll discuss this bit first and then go on to water. That's okay.
Questions?
Happy to speak to this. I don't really have a question.
Yep. Oh.
Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, input.
Anything, yes.
The way that I look at rating in the KIPRA is that the general rate, which the UAGC is part of, is basically what we're paying for those basic services. And so what does everybody get? Well, apart from those bits and pieces like libraries and what have you, the main thing that we get is roading. So everybody gets a road, the boundary of property. That's the service that we receive from council, and it's also probably the thing that we hear from ratepayers about the most, that they're not happy with it. All of the other things are covered by user pays, whether it's targeted rates or water by volume or rubbish bags or whatever. Everyone pays on top of that. So essentially all anyone gets out of this UAGC, the largest thing they get is just the roading and the basic services. And so because we've got it based on land value and only one land value factor across the whole district, residential and other, it's quite a clunky system, and we end up with some properties paying more for the same thing, a road to the boundary of their property, than others. And so long as we're using land value, that isn't going to change. Having the UAGC set at a level that smooths that cost across all properties across the district means that it isn't such a big cost to some, because it's spread over everybody. So I'm in favour of adjusting the UAGC to a point that's palatable, and I don't want to see it go up too far in 1 year or one long-term plan cycle, but it's something that could be done incrementally over a period of years just to level things out a bit. That's without giving you specific guidance on where I want it to land. That just kind of is my thinking on the matter.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is a question or query, whatever you call it, is based on the fixed first cubic meter charge. So that's the thing I would like to be brought to the lowest. Sorry.
So can we, through the chair, we're just talking about the UAGC at the moment. We'll move on to water next.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right.
This is about the uniform energy charge. This is about the rates.
You're ahead of your time.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, I think what Jonathan's pointing out is keeping it equitable. Well, I said it during the election, you know, doesn't matter if you're a person on a fixed income, doesn't matter where you are. You know, your land value is having a big effect on you simply because you happen to live in the wrong place. It's pretty difficult. So smoothing it's a good thing. Thank you. Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Yeah, I absolutely agree with what we're trying to achieve here, and trying to make sure that rates rises are more consistent across the district. Looking at the three options that have been presented, is where I get uncomfortable is when there is a rates increase because of the change of that UAGC. So, I mean, I also haven't landed on anywhere either, but I'm just vocalising that I guess for me it makes sense that if there is a rates increase, it's a shared increase spread across the district. I don't quite understand. It doesn't sound equitable to me if it means that there are actually people with those I'm just looking at those tables you've sent us. And I mean, there's a minus 6.85%, there's a minus 3.06% on one of the tables, and yet there's another area where there's a 22% increase, you know, so those sorts of options don't sound equitable to me, but definitely looking to share the increase across the district rather than having those sudden increases for some areas. Thank you.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're in a bit of a no-win situation, aren't we? For me, the reality is rates to the like Jonathan's made a number of extracted from the total rates people pay in terms of targeted rates for specific services and other charges for specific services. And then we're left with this bit, which is roading. And the circumstances with roading are many and varied. Like you could have a valuable or a cheap property fronting a state highway, and you would argue, well, I'm not getting much benefit from the main purpose of my rates because it's the NZTA is paying maintaining my road to a certain standard. However, the guts of it is, to me, bluntly, that rates are a tax on assets, and this biblical quote comes to mind about how the rain falls on the just and the unjust, and I think rates land on people with valuable and not so valuable property, and they get taxed accordingly through the rating system. That's our main way in which we gather our rates income. For me, I'd come back. It's good that we have the discussion and think about it. In my view, is probably sitting about right as it is on reflection. Individual properties will gain or lose by any change or in relation to where they are now. There could be large rural properties which pay a lot in rates, but then they have a lot of road frontage to benefit from, or the percentage of the roading network to benefit from. So I think I've just had a cup of tea. Maybe I should go and have another one until it's all over. But so I would be staying where we are. Cheers.
Thank you. Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with Councillor Mark Vincent's point. What we're going to achieve is some dissatisfaction. I think higher dissatisfaction from the low value properties. And those are the people who need it most. So a couple of $100 even more. So I would say status quo, not really. Yes. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah, look, I kind of concur with what Jonathan has said and about, smoothing it and having it, a bit fairer. So I think, not to do anything drastic, but to actually look at it incrementally maybe, and yeah, probably not to the 1,000, but somewhere not as high, just to look at different,
Yep. Councillor Larson.
Yeah, I'm sort of a similar mind to what Councillor Wilson Collins referred to. We don't want to scare people, and we don't want to have those. We want to smooth it, and we maybe we do need to move things in a direction, but we need to do it incrementally and not do it all in one go. Just want to clarify, where are we now? Are we at 28?
764.
We're at 764.
Yeah.
So, can we look at, and I know you can't do it now, but can we look at crunching something that's somewhere above there but doesn't take? I mean, it's a blunt tool, so occasionally you're going to get some that are going to go one way and too much one way or the other. But can we find some balance between 764, the status quo, and the next step up? Obviously, 1,000 pushes us too far, so I'll less than that, but somewhere that might just give us a happy medium. That's what I'd like to have a look at.
So through the chair, I did actually take the liberty this morning of modelling what it would look like if we looked at 800. So I've got a list here which I can give you. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do this or not.
That's all right.
Briefing, isn't it? So one thing we need to bear in mind is as we look at this, I'm sorry, I've only got one piece of paper. I'll bring it to you. Is that the 800, when you're pushing that up, as I've said before, it affects the lower valued properties and they potentially have less ability to pay, but this decision is over to you. I just wanted to highlight that again. So at 800, everybody is seeing an increase here. So Councillor,
yeah,
to see that. Sorry, it's quite little, and but that might give you a bit more of an idea.
Might be available, Christine.
Maybe that could be circulated or something like that. Rather than...
Did you have it on email at all, or emailable?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's easier.
But I mean, this is only a briefing.
Yes,
yeah.
I do want to get some clear direction though.
Yeah, but it's
We can have options come back though, can't we? We can go.
No.
Throw out the 1,000.
So bear with me, sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I can. So can you just confirm, we need to bring this to a council meeting in May for a decision, correct?
I wasn't going to come back to a council meeting for a decision on this because we do it as part of the rates resolution in June. So we need to be really clear on what you want, and we'll come back with what we interpret you want and bring it in as part of the rates resolution.
Okay, so effectively what you're saying is we could bring out some further options to a further briefing for you. If or we can email it separately.
Your worship.
Yeah, yes, we could come to a, if you wanted us to come back to the June briefing, I don't believe, no, it may be too late because we've got to go, we've got to take the resolution to the solicitors. So they've got to look at it beforehand as well. So we did actually give you the resolution. So this back 2 months ago, the some examples, an example 2 months ago. I think it was it on the 800, Christine?
I think it was 850. 840? Yeah.
840. Oh, so we gave it then. And then your guidance to us was come back showing us it higher because you didn't think it was, we were using the optimum UAGC, which is fine. And that's what we've done. You've given us direction. You want us to go slightly lower or a smaller increment, but to increase the UAGC. So we'll look at that, and basically our intention would be to bring it back as part of the rates resolution.
Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just probably might be going to say what Councillor Vincent might be thinking, that we're sort of getting a little bit close to making a decision in a briefing, and so therefore I think in some way or other, rather than being put into a corner where we have to make a decision here now, I would prefer to see something in some form come back, an option to fall on in the decision-making process, because there is a difference. Some people have said they want status quo, some have signalled they might be comfortable with it being a bit higher, but not entirely sure how high.
The one way through the chair that we could do that is possibly come back at the end of May council meeting as information for you and have a discussion with that.
Okay,
Thank you.
that'd be good.
For you, Mr Mayor, can I just confirm, so I think what we're hearing from our council here is that they'd prefer to make a decision on that at the May council meeting. So rather than just an information item, a decision-making item. So does that fit with your timing?
Yes, we could do that.
Because that can come out on the agenda, so it gives people time to look at it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any further question? Councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think it's just appropriate to remind ourselves that we are representatives of the ratepayers, facing very uncertain times, and I don't think it will go down well if we're seeing that we're not doing our best to reduce our costs on a real or absolute value. So I would not presuppose to make a decision for those that are more closely involved with it, but I would recommend they look carefully at any increases.
Thank you. Any further? Aaron Wilson-Collins?
Not a question, thank you, but just as direction. I mean, I threw it away before, but just to say to scrap the $1,000 option at this stage. If it comes back, that would be my direction, is to not look at that as an option right now.
And through the chair, I don't think we can actually implement that one without consultation.
Right,
So,
okay. So when the paper comes back, I don't think it needs to be included.
Do you mean $9.99 then?
800.
999.
800 is what we're talking about.
I'll probably just throw a comment in there because I haven't really said anything on this. But I just find it very uncomfortable that what we should be looking at is making a decision on a principle that's justifiable, as opposed to, because if we can get that right, then it's almost irrelevant the effect that it has. We're too focused on what is the impact, what is the decrease, and we should be going back to first principles, which is to look at the increases, the rationale, the justification, and then apply that, and then, yeah, and then whatever factor that has is the effect that it has.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I guess I could just neatly segue on from what Councillor Pettis just said, because to me, just to clarify what I said before, it's not a wealth tax, it's a tax on asset. And in responding to Councillor Ron, this is not about increasing the rates, this is how they are distributed between the fixed part and the part related to property value. And I guess it's a bit of a clunker in that that's what we've got for getting our main source of income. And whatever we do, there will be there'll be winners and losers.
And sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. I've finished, you, so you can, so to avoid you having to interrupt me, carry on. Thank you.
Through the chair, just following on from that point, is remembering that we do have the policies like the rates of emissions and abatement, policies that can countervail or counteract some of the injustices or what have you that might occur as a result of it, that we can then apply some of those other policies, correct?
quite limited in that, but
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Okay. Any further questions or statements? Okay.
Okay. Just now we'll look at the water rates. So at the last briefing, we were asked to consider whether the first cubic metre charge can be split across a couple of invoices. We've gone and had an opinion around that, and it's not possible to do that. It's not possible for us to completely remove that first cubic metre of charge either. So I feel I've put forward some options again, which are very similar to what we presented you with, just with the new budget, as to where we need to sit the first cubic metre charge. We can look at changing the way this is done in the future. If we still have water in the first year of the long-term plan, that could be something that's discussed. We can set it under, currently our rate is set under the section 19 of the Local Government Rating Act, which is a scale of charges, or it can be a uniform rate, but that's based on volumetric charging. Another way around that can be to split it, but we can have these conversations in the next few months if we need to for the long-term plan. But for this annual plan, we're very restricted of where we can go.
Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Christine, I did send a question in earlier and I'm just seeking further clarification about what you've just said there about not being able to split the cubic metre charge. I thought the direction that we gave at the previous briefing was to not call it, or to not do a cubic metre charge, but actually do
call it something else, correct?
Yeah. But how is that not possible?
So in my
maintenance charge or whatever.
Yeah, so sorry, I feel as though I've gone through this quite clumsily, but you have to set rates in accordance with the law, and so it has to be set by cubic metre. So it has to be a cubic metre charge. We can't call it something else.
Can't have a maintenance fee or a...
If we set it under a different regime, which would need our revenue and financing policy to change in order to do. So basically...
Okay. So what we thought could have been a simple solution has turned out to be a much more complicated solution. So in that case, follow-up question, if we wanted to look at it again, because obviously it would be too late for this process, if we did want to look at it again, considering that it may be a couple more years before Three Waters, how and when and how do we get on the bandwagon early enough?
Through the chair.
Hi, Sue. Hi, Sue.
So through the chair, it will be through the revenue and financing policy, which will come to you over the next 2 months.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Perro.
Yeah, so you'd recall that I had put this on the table to change it. So just to clarify, we have to change the revenue and financing policy in order to change the way that we structure the payment.
That's right.
And so
we can change the dollar amount. So that's flex as long as it's not significant.
Yeah.
So we can, change it.
That's probably not going to be realistic to a point where we can make a significant impact on the ratepayers' ability to have to pay it. Changing it by $20 isn't going to really change it. But so just timing wise, so if we bring it back in 2 months' time, is the timing just going to be too tight to be able to implement this for the next cubic metre or?
No, so the annual plan we're discussing now, the LTP will be much later. So the revenue and financing will be changed for the next LTP, which begins the 1st of July 2024. So the scenarios we put in front of you are changing from the current year is $373. We're saying you could go down to 352 or 211, or if you wanted to 70, we may have to consult on that. But look at the impact, what happens to our commercial users at the bottom, because they go from $46,000 to $55,000. So it's the balance. Someone has to pay.
So just a final question through the chair. So the advice that it's not possible is not technically correct. So it is possible, but there's some steps that we have to take. Just for future reference, when we do reports, can they step us through again the reason why the advice is that it's not possible, and say it's not possible because X, Y, Z needs to occur so that we can be better informed on giving you a direction, because you're coming here and you're saying to us today, what is the direction? But you're not giving us all of the information in order to make an informed decision or direction on a decision, which is still important, is more probably important than the decision.
Just to clarify, it's not possible for this upcoming annual plan.
She just said that
it's possible for the LTP.
Oh.
Yeah.
See.
It's not so we're going to go through one more year and then maybe we can change it for the LTP.
So just to explain.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yep.
Just one comment or clarification or statement, whatever you like to call. The fixed first cubic meter charge is the minimum charge, whether you use the water or not. So it affects mostly the people on the lower usage part because they have to pay this amount. The commercial businesses, because they use more usage, it actually gives them a benefit. So I would say the lowest possible fixed first cubic meter charge is advisable, looking at rural population and the people who use less water are more than, in terms of number, than commercial property. So I think if we are therefore constituents, we should go for the lowest possible first cubic meter charge.
Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Just not incorrect what's being said, but the balance is then squeezing out commercial. If we look at the table that we've got here, there's a huge, if we go for the absolute very lowest, our biggest user is looking at $30,000 more a year in water costs. And whilst I absolutely agree, it's the little guy that is the reason why we're wanting to look at this in the first place. I'm also very mindful of commercial enterprises leaving the district because it's too expensive to run the commercial enterprises here. So, so for me, I actually am leaning more towards scenario B, because it is still more of a user pays system and it does decrease that first cubic meter charge for everybody significantly. Like for the average person, that's a significant decrease of $160 a year. But it is still an increase for commercial users. So that's a balance that I think I could be happy with. I do not want to go to the least, the smallest charge at all.
Thank you.
That's my direction.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I guess the other side of the argument of making it as low as possible is that there's not the same incentive then for people who have the service available to connect to actually connect to it, because that's the justification I think that applies with sewage rates as well. The availability charge is, I think, about 75% of what it would cost someone actually connected to the service. So that's another factor to bear in mind in terms of where it actually lands. But I suppose I'd be interested to hear more from people who are actually connected to the service. Are there any in our council? Is Erin?
Yes.
Yes. I am too.
And Ash and Peter.
And Peter, okay.
It's just me last time.
Yeah.
I've got friends.
So, yeah, well, I just through the chair again. There's always solution. What Councillor Wilson pointed out, whether we should support one person or 15,000. Erin Wilson, sorry.
Collins.
Colin Wilson.
Wilson Collins.
Okay. Before I get lost in translation, apologies. I think water is more important at this stage. All I'm trying to say is there's always a solution which pleases most, which I was suggesting, and there is always an exception. So if you want to support an industry, there are ways and means to subsidize that $50,000 as a one-off. It's not that we want to keep one commercial entity and no constituent. So no employees for them, nobody for them. So all I'm trying to say, there is always a midway for these negotiations or these incentives. But we should look at that, yeah. Rather than going one-off, financial is a very funny game. So if you have 100,000 people there and then you displease 99,000 and 1,000 businesses, just because the numbers work on their favor, I don't think we'll do any justice to them. It's not
I'd just like to call out some misrepresentation because I think you need to be very careful, councillor Naya. You've actually completely misunderstood what I've said and turned what I've said completely around.
Sorry, my apologies.
What I was looking for was a middle ground.
Yes.
I'm not trying to save a business. So yeah, I just think you need to be very careful in how you repeat what's being said in a meeting. And I just appreciate you taking some care with that. Thank you.
Well, I think there is miscommunication on Councillor Ellen Wilson-Collins' part. There's no misrepresentation as such. All I'm trying to say is there's always incentive for the commercial large operators. I'm not suggesting we should go A, B, or C. All I'm saying is we'll get lost in numbers. We are not making good decisions. Thank you.
It comes back to the same thing. It's about trying to make it a fair deal for everybody.
Yeah.
It's an easy thing to do.
Great question that I just thought of. So if you had brought this to us when we indicated that we wanted this direction taken, i.e. spreading the payments over the 4 quarters, would we have met it in time to incorporate it?
No, I'm sorry, the revenue and financing policy aligns with the long-term plan. So that's a 3-year document. Yeah.
And through the chair, just to clarify, when we talked to you last time, there was no way that councils were going to be in charge of water. This recent revelation is only 2 weeks old or come from the government. So we were told that our long-term plan couldn't have any water in it. So we weren't actually concentrating on the water.
That's still legally the case too, isn't it?
Yes, legally it is the case, and we're really confused.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
Mr. Mayor, can I just say, so through you, Mr. Mayor, so this is to the point that I raised earlier. It's the uncertainty that we're seeing with the legislation and knowing that the legislation may change again, and then the uncertainty with the NTA and the waters. So this is what I talk to, this is what you're seeing play out. So you just got to be patient with us as we operate as best we can in the environment we have with the information we have at the time. And it changes all the time. So I just want to make that point again.
It's just so disappointing that simple little changes that could make have a big impact on our ratepayers we can't seem to get any headway on. Anyway, just life. Hey.
Welcome to council.
Environment. Right, let's, any further questions or we move on? Thank you, Chris.
I don't know that I've got direction on what I'm doing, what we're going to do with the fixed charge for the coming year. I'm sorry.
Probably moderate it up through the chair. I think we just moderated a bit. You want it reduced. That was what came through at the last council meeting we had, and we'll look at scenario B. That's what I've taken from today.
Thank you, Sue.
In agreement? Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're running on time. Proposed road stopping, Waimatanui Farms Limited. We've got John Burt taking us through this, and we've got representatives. John, all yours.
Okay. For that, I'll start off. So if I could just take the report as read, I haven't actually done a presentation because this is a relatively straightforward thing. Happens quite regularly as what's called paper roads. They exist all around the district, and typically nobody really worries about them most of the time. Often the adjoining landowners just use them for grazing or whatever. But from time to time, particularly when development of a property occurs, we do get approached and asked if we could consider stopping the road and selling it to the adjoining owner. Would normally bring this to a briefing at this stage of a process, but this particular application is budget relates to about 80 hectares of paper road. It's not unique. There are large sections of paper road all around the district, in fact, all around the country. So they date back to settlement times when survey plans were done and land was set aside for roading. Sometimes it was a code for all sorts of things, not just for physical roads. The applicant has expressed an interest in getting the road stopped that's in and around their property. They're currently developing or have done a forestry partnership in relation to their property and would like to include the land that joins it. The application includes provision for a small section of the road, if it was stopped, to become an Esplanade strip or reserve, and that's set down in legislation. That's a requirement of any road that's stopped within 20 metres of a river, lake, or the sea. Had a question about if the land was to be stopped and sold, what would happen with the proceeds, and there is the application of sale of land policy. So unless council made an exception, the land, any money received from the sale of the land would go to paying off debt. Yeah, happy to take any questions on the road stopping process. And as I say, the applicants, we've got, I think, Andrew and Jacob here from Waitamini Farms, is it? Waitamini Farms, and they can answer questions around their proposal and their rationale.
So the chair, thank you. My question relates to at what point in this process would the local iwi te roroa be consulted on?
So that would be, in the terms of statutory, would be, you know, if council was supportive of the application, the next step would be publicly notifying it, and the iwi would be part of that as well.
Okay.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a novice question. So is paper road at the moment, you said?
Yes, yeah. Well,
okay. So would there be any compensation given to council for this?
Yes. So so when a piece of paper road is stopped, then the legislation, the Local Government Act 1974, provides for the land to either be sold to the adjoining owners or it could be leased. In the event that the adjoining owners don't want it, it then can be offered more wider. So that's the process that it has to be stepped through.
Just for a reason I'm asking is I had an issue with one of the constituents complaining about one road where no one lives, and it's on the title, I think Evoca North Road, which council is maintaining it, and no one living there. So is it possible that road can be closed as well because it can be forestry?
Yes, council can make a decision to stop maintaining a road, and it has done so over time all around the district.
Then you let us know the process. We can go back to the constituent on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I read this with interest, actually. So it appears to me that there's in keeping the road with council. And so the only thing I would ask is all avenues covered, you know, with access, hunting, all that stuff.
Yeah, so the roading team, NTA team, have looked at it and they don't have any issues. The applicant, as they'll attest to, have proposed mechanisms for access for hunting, which would replace the, you know, currently people have a right to traverse the road on foot because it's a legal road, and they're proposing an alternative mechanism for people to use to access the state forest behind the property.
Sorry, through the chair, just for clarification, I was told paper road are also designed as future walking and all those kind of activities track. Is it correct?
I wouldn't say they were designed. That's a feature of them, is that they can be utilised for walking access.
And in this particular case, there is none.
Well, there are. Perhaps the applicant can you talk about the use from hunters and so forth.
So basically,
what we're proposing is to close the road so we can get a commercial benefit for part of the area. Some of the area is native forest, so we're proposing to put that area into the QET2 trust to protect it. And then we're proposing to put an esplanade and walking access that goes directly to the native forest so that all that is covered. In terms of hunting, we encourage hunting. We do our own pest control there at the moment. All that we would want is a process by where we know who's going on so that we can protect the forest and there's no damage, in the same way that all forests around the north have the similar sort of mechanisms.
Okay, I've got in order, Mark first, Ron second, and Peter third, eh? Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, because the other aspect too, apart from compensation that would be based on a valuation by an independent valuer, I'd point out to my colleagues that then also the land becomes rateable. And so we will be collecting rates from it on an annual basis as well. So there is a as long as, I appreciate the concerns others have about ensuring that there's access will be available if, so things are no worse off than they are now, but I think there is a benefit. And also, I guess, the loss of a potential liability through owning this asset that we don't really actively manage. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron, thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's through you. Congratulations to John Burt on a good report. It would appear to be silent on the effect of setbacks for forests from public roads. And taking that into account, I make no further a comment on the commercial sensitivity of it, because that's covered by the fair value. But it does bring to my attention, and for yours, that the feature of this is a recovery of paper roads capital to council. And that could be a big help in terms of the control of our rates, and something that's worth looking, particularly once the various mechanisms are closely associated or studied here for elsewhere, because there must be thousands of acres or hundreds of acres, probably thousands of acres of land available to council if that land was to be sold. And to the foresters, there is an advantage, because on each side they're not having to leave land that they were otherwise buying, being unable to plant it. So it's quite attractive to them to have these paper roads cleaned up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paniora.
My just question related to sort of just into the future. So say, for example, if the titles were to be sold separately to separate owners, is there still, is anyone going to be landlocked or by this or no?
No one.
Is it just one big title?
Yeah, well, there's a number of titles, but we own all the titles.
Yeah, but I mean in the future, if once you've done your thing.
Once the road was stopped and there's a new title created for the stopped road, whoever owned it would need to deal with access if they were to develop it any further.
But so there's multiple titles. So are there multiple titles in future if you were to sell, say, 100 years from now to individual owners? Would each individual owner of those titles have road access?
Well, I don't believe you can sell a piece of land that has individual titles without road access. You'd struggle for it.
You have to recreate a road.
Yeah, wasn't that part of this application, is that you're removing a lot of the roads because you're one big title holder. So it's not an issue now, but in future it would become an issue, wouldn't it?
Yes, but in the time when the applicant went to develop the land and create smaller titles, they would have to deal with the access for all the lots that got created.
They're already in individual titles now, so they wouldn't have to deal with them.
Yeah, but it's not unusual for a large rural property to be in multiple titles. You know, like I think your existing farm has 5 titles already.
But most of them have the ability to
No,
get to them.
no, there's two titles, I think, that don't have access. One's right on the boundary of the state forest that has no access.
But you could put access through on your piece through.
Yeah, but that would be splitting up titles that we already have, which is what Don's explaining in the future you'd have to do if you developed it. You'd have to create the access.
I mean, technically, yes, the individual blocks may be landlocked, as Andrew's explained. He's got some pieces that are landlocked, but because he's the adjoining landowner, it's not an issue for him because he's got the right to cross that land to get to his other piece. But it's I guess it's a case of buyer beware. Someone shouldn't buy a piece of land without doing the due diligence, and if it is landlocked and doesn't have legal access, that would impact on the buyer's calculations, I suppose. The other thing with landlocked land is there is process within legislation to deal with that as well. So
with them being unformed roads, you'd already probably be having the benefit of them anyway. Currently, is it most of it, and then there's just the one that you
yes. So historically,
benefit out of.
The boundary pieces of the farm, it's not fenced off. It's all just one paddock. So the previous farmer grazed it, and now there's areas which are native bush, and then there's areas just growing grass, and that sort of creates a problem with adjoining farms because you get pressure from animals, and then there's weeds and stuff like that. So putting it into forest, you can manage it.
Okay, and do you have any preliminary reports on evaluation? Have you gone to that next step, or are you still in the?
we haven't at this stage. I guess my comment would be is that rural land of this nature is quite low value. But it is quite large, it will amount to thousands, obviously, because it is 80 hectares, and it's going to be multiples of thousands of dollars a hectare that the land will have a value at. So.
Okay, and just finally, I just want to make one suggestion is that you engage with the local iwi sooner rather than later. So your answer to the question that they would apply during the formal notification process. I would just encourage you to reach out and just have some preliminary discussions ahead of time to just flag any potential, because we all know the history of Crown land. Yeah, that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, any further?
Through the chair, Councillor Vincent seems to have another question.
Councillor Vincent, there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I just want to take up the case that Councillor Pera was advancing, and the technology is letting me down because I can't open up my agenda for some reason, and because I think it should be possible to look at the title information that came with the application and ascertain whether or not the existing titles, even though they're in one holding, that they each have their own legal road frontage, and that's sort of a yes/no thing. And I would think that the application for the road stopping would be unsuccessful unless those existing titles do have some form of legal road frontage. And I'm sorry that I can't check the titles to see that, because I'm pretty sure with John's report he did provide that information that was there, but I just can't get at it at the moment. So
just through the chair, Councillor Vincent, the applicants confirmed that there are at least two of his titles that currently don't have legal road access. They join his parts of his other property.
But what we think doing is looking at the titles down to the front of the property, and so that would just leave one title in the back where the road stoppages are.
The
access to the road is. So.
It may be that they are separate titles, but this is getting out of my pay grade. But it may also be that the titles are amalgamated, so that it has the effect of like the existing titles are already amalgamated, or that several allotments in one title, which does then cover off the access, because I can't see how an application would get through the process unless, hang on, I'll back up. And just to endorse what Councillor Pera was saying, is that we couldn't countenance aggravating or making worse an existing problem or creating a landlocked title through allowing this. You know, I'm quite relaxed about the thing in principle. I'd like to think I would have noticed that if I'd looked properly. But yeah, so that's my take on it. Yeah, thank you. I'll leave it there.
So just in response and through the chair, at the end of the process, once council has made a decision on the stopping or not, it actually goes to LINZ, and the director of LINZ won't allow it unless he's satisfied that all the matters that are being raised have been addressed. So, you know, this is just the start of the process. So it's what we're looking for today is direction about whether council is supportive of the applicant spending money to progress this through the consultation process and through to this decision. The other thing to note is that any objections that can't be resolved as part of the notification process, what happens would be that the application would go to the Environment Court for those to be determined. So there's a lot of steps to happen before it would be finalised. Just making that point as well. So yeah, so today is really just asking for kind of indicative feedback from elected members on whether they're comfortable with the applicant progressing this application to the next stage.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Just quick clarification. I'm always shy of costs. So if we decide to go ahead and the applicant has to go to environmental code and all, would they make council as a party? Would be involved in a process, a legal process whereby we need to spend money?
The agreement that we'll put in place will cover that in terms of the applicant has to cover the cost to progress the road stopping, and that would include any Environment Court process. Because sometimes when applications get to a certain point and there are objections, you know, an applicant may decide not to take it forward to the Environment Court, you know, for whatever reason as well. So this.
Right, Councillor Lars.
Thank you, Bishop. My direction is yes. Proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm in agreement.
Proceed with my suggestion.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. We are 18 minutes early.
Good.
What is the brief I've got here? Thank you very much for briefing.
Thank you.